Hello there. How's everybody doing? Let's see, I'm having some audio, I made some audio changes. We're going to see if they're any good or not, but I made them either way. Let's see. Happy as ever. There we go. Happy as ever and glad to hear. Wonderful. I'm doing good. Retro, hope Anna has been as well. She has been. I think she's actually streaming simultaneously. So if you are, if what I'm doing in the retro space isn't quite your speed, she should be live with something newer. I don't know. I think she's doing either The Chant or Vertigo today, which are some slightly newer horror games. And then, of course, if you're more retro like I am, something... She may not have gone live just yet. She may be going live here in a minute. I could be wrong on that. But I think she's going live. I could be wrong, but I think she's going live with one of those two titles here in a little bit. She's got a little bit more setup than I do because she's on camera. Yeah, she would go live on Twitch. She's working on yeah, so that's what I was thinking. Yeah, she does Twitch. I think she's working on some other stuff with that, which I'm supposed to be helping her with, but she's got a lot more to set up than I do because she's got the camera. You know, she wants to make sure that the camera works okay and everything looks all right. So she does all of that, you know, live, whereas I don't really do that. But it's usually, I think she was going to do either The Chant or Vertigo, which are really cool. Vertigo is an Alfred Hitchcock classic that they kind of revived into a game, and then The Chant is something altogether different, but both of them are horror orientated, so we will, we'll see what comes of that, I suppose. All right. There we go. So I've got a monitor right now. I'm trying something a little different because I noticed that when I looked at the last stream doing the PC, I had echo, and so I think I've got it fixed so I can now hear the audio without there being an echo. There still may be audio glitches. Again, the game is old, or older. It's not old, but it's older, 1995. So hopefully I've gotten that fixed, but some of it's also a little bit different for me because I'm not used to the PC thing, you know. Anyway, yeah, I'll be switching between both maybe. YouTube streams seem to be lagging a lot more for me, and it just doesn't want to keep up. Yeah, I don't know what that... I don't know if that's just YouTube's... well, so I know that YouTube's bitrate when it comes to max bitrate on streaming is quite a bit more than Twitch's. I think Twitch's max bitrate's fairly low. I think it's like 9,000 is what the non-partnered version is. And then I think YouTube's has got I think theirs is generally uncapped, but I think theirs is 21.6K. And so if somebody's deciding that they want to broadcast in highest fidelity, then yeah, it's going to take somewhere around the neighborhood of 2.5 times the amount of power out and in. So I wonder if that's what's causing it. Or maybe 9K or maybe 11K for Twitch. I can't remember, but they cap it pretty well between 2 or 2.5 times less. So my phone is about to die, and I won't be able to join the beginning of the conversation. But if I can get a charger after, then I'm done. I'm done with what I have to do. I'll join back in. Yeah, no worries at all. Oh, by the way, I wanted to say it to voice. My apologies for having missed your stream. Sadly, I normally in the mornings, if it comes in the mornings, I can catch them. When it was a little bit later at night, I wasn't able to. So So I was spending time with the family, got the notification, it's like, dang. So I apologize for that. I just want to give you a voice on it, because I like to catch yours. It's just, I missed that one. So I'm like an old man. I don't understand a single thing about technology. It's funny. Again, I'm not an old man, but I'm older, obviously. I worked in technology for so many years. That's the only reason I know anything about it at all. It probably would elude me also, but I've worked for many, many years in technology, and that's where, and I mean, obviously, even in this, I didn't start out really knowledgeable. I got lucky, and I had great people who helped coach me on some of this, and then also I experimented a lot with stuff. If my earlier stuff is very different to this stuff, but that's without commentating on the younger nature of some of the people that are here specifically. It's the only reason that I have, at my age, any sort of advantage, and I'm thankful for it. That was the thing when it came to the technology part of this. Also, are we going over the 7 sins? You have Sloth in your title. Yes, each of the characters in this represent a sin, basically, one of the 7 sins. So we had Ted, who was last week, who was pride. He was effectively vanity, which is a more specific version of pride, of course, but pride, I think, is a better and more encapsulating piece. And now we have Gorrister, who is sloth. We will have Benny, who will be gluttony. We will have Ellen, who will be lust. And we will have Nimdok, who will be probably he could encapsulate several himself. I'd say probably wrath, but he could be even more than that. And then of course the last fight, which is is greed and envy, which I think are, yeah. But the thing about sloth, this is the interesting thing about sloth is a lot of people interpret sloth to mean laziness. And that's not what sloth is. Sloth is not laziness. Sloth isn't, whether you're religious or a-religious, the definition of sloth can change for you, obviously. When we talk about like the animal sloth, then, obviously we think of them because they're slow and they sleep a lot, but that's how they work. That's how their bodies work. Sloth as a sin, the way that I understood this defined, and I agree with this, not as a sin, right? I'm not going to tell you what is and isn't right. I'm going to tell you what I believe, not religiously, but just in general. Sloth isn't laziness. Sloth is the unwillingness to get up and to face life. And that's not lazy is just not, it's just like, I'm going to sleep in, I'm going to do this. Sloth is staying in bed when you know you need to get up. Sloth is caving when something difficult comes up and saying, you know what, I'm just not going to tackle that. Sloth is saying, I would rather waste away than experience the hardship of life. And it can go deeper than that, and with Gorrister it will. But sloth is basically a refusal to live life. It's the option to do whatever you feel like is easiest instead of facing life head on. I've been watching the anime RE0, Resident Evil, if you know that. So yeah, I've been discovering surprisingly a lot about the sins and their... Oh, okay, all right. I'm not familiar with that anime, I'm sorry. It says RE, I thought, so it's probably RE0, not Resident Evil. That's what I think of. But like Sloth, for example, like how you were talking about, when I watched that anime, it's truly explained to me what Sloth actually... Yeah, so I didn't know about that, but the way that's kind of the way it was explained to me is it's not so much about being resting and being lazy. It's about refusing life. It's about saying, I would rather not experience life. than experience life. So sloth can go all the way to from staying in bed when life gets hard to doing things that put a more permanent end to your troubles. And as someone who has been a good friend, I'm not going to say I was a good friend, but as someone who had a good friend who did that, good Lord, it's crazy, 8 years ago, almost 9 years ago now, 9 years in March. I can tell you, I can't speak for him, but I can tell you that what was left behind was not worth it. There's a lot of stuff left behind. So yeah, Sloth is a dangerous one. Basically, the main type of enemies are an enemy based on the 7 sins like Sloth. Are based off of all of the 7 sins like Sloth. And as of currently where the episode is, the main character is facing the sin of wrath and greed, gluttony and lust. Yeah, and I mean, there's a lot of what I think is interesting is there's a lot of nuance to a lot of the quote unquote 7 sins. Right, sloth is one of the most, I think, misunderstood. Wrath is a little easy. The main character already defeated Sloth. Yeah, I think Sloth is one of those that's kind of the most understated because it's one of the most dangerous things. To say I'm not going to face life because life gets hard is so dangerous because it's a spiral that leads down deeper and deeper for a lot of people. And I'm fortunate that I've never suffered from depression. I've never felt like that life was too hard for me to get up. And I've always felt like if life got really difficult, it was more important that I get up. Because I like the idea of... You ever watch the shows? There's one called The Last Samurai with Tom Cruise, came out several years ago. But anyway, there's a point where he's not as skilled. He goes into, basically, he's at war with the samurai, and he kills the husband of one of them, and he is brought in and by the leader because of a vision that he had, and he's kept there, and he's detoxified from his alcohol addiction, and just a whole bunch of stuff goes on. A really good movie. But when he starts to train with them, with a wooden katana. He's not as good. He's not as technically skilled. He's actually quite a lot worse than the other more well-trained samurai. The difference is that and the thing that earns him respect is that even though he's being beaten with this club, he keeps grabbing it and getting back up until he physically cannot. He keeps getting it back up, grabbing the sword, getting back up. It's only when he's finally hit so hard he can't, and the sword is thrown to someone else, I think it is, that he doesn't get up. And I've always thought, you know what? That's how I'm going to be with life. It doesn't matter how hard it hits, I'm going to grab the sword and get back up until it's impossible for me to. Until I just cannot. What I knew about wrath was anger, but from watching it, I found out it's not just being angry. Yeah, there are a lot of things that I would caveat a lot of the sins with, right? Greed is one that I think is probably the most straightforward, right? Greed isn't to want something. Greed is to want more than, or to want to the point of where it breaks into other people's. Right? If I'm saying, I'm greedy, right? I'm greedy is kind of a passing thing, right? Then what I'm saying is, what I might be saying colloquially is, I want stuff, right? But if you're actually greedy, it's want that goes beyond the healthy into taking sometimes that which isn't yours or that which isn't earned. And it's kind of a stairway to leading into other things, right? Theft of sorts. Gluttony is the same thing, right? It's not a bad thing to eat. It's not even a bad thing except for to overeat. But the idea of gluttony is that which is required to be taken in excess, right? Because there is a point where when you eat too much, your body isn't doing anything with all of that except for hurting. And gluttony is hedonism, right? That's the idea, is taking to excess. So it's a much more complicated idea. Lust is the same thing. You're going to be drawn physically to other people. You're going to be drawn to, I'm drawn to my wife. But lust is generally the unhealthy just compulsion to do something based on a specific thing that I won't specify, but just for those who know, versus having a very strong attraction to someone who is more deeply connected to you. Lust is something you can do in 5 minutes. Love is something that you won't master in 50 years. But there's a big difference, because one of them will build you up for 50 years and the other one will only wear you out for 5 minutes. That just sounds like Batman when he goes to the temple to... that's true. Gluttony can also be applied to power, am I correct? Like wanting too much power or something. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, I mean, gluttony is... You can be a glutton for power, that's true. But I think there's a caveat on that, because with power, most of the time, the people who want more are the people who need less. But assume that it is feasible, unlikely, but it is feasible that you have or are given ultimate power and choose to use it wisely. Gluttony is basically that want for more when you don't need it, right? And it doesn't, again, like you said, it could be power. You're not wrong. It could be power. It could be food is what most people associate it with, and we'll get there, right? But it could be power, it could be money, it could be wealth. But when you start getting into that, then it starts becoming more like greed, right? You can be gluttonous for power, or you can be greedy for power, and those two things become interchangeable. So the difference between greed and gluttony is those who take to excess, and greed are those who desire to excess. And that's what makes them different. Greed can lead to 5 different issues. Gluttony is really just kind of one. Gluttony is you took too much. Greed is you want to do things that lead to potentially excess. They're almost hand in hand, though. Any person who is greedy but succeeds in their greed is almost always going to have had some form of gluttony. And I think that's kind of what makes it dangerous, because all of them do link to get... Lust does too, right? Lust is kind of what starts greed, which is what kind of starts gluttony. Lust doesn't only have to be love. Lust can also be for power, right? It's a superficial desire to have something that doesn't have any substance. And then that leads to getting some of whatever it is that you want. And then getting some causes you to want more. That becomes greed. And then being greedy continues your unhealthy obsession, and you begin to take until you consume to excess, whatever it might be, power, property, money, whatever, food, and that leads to the overconsumption, which is gluttony. So, I mean, they all go hand in hand to some extent. I remember gluttony, wrath, greed, lust, and sloth. Pride is another one. Let me make sure. I'm trying to think of. Pride is the one we did with Ted, right? It's the one that makes you believe that you are. It's the one that makes you believe that you are greater than you are. And then the other one is envy. Yep. Yeah, that's the one. So you have, I mean, those are basically what you're looking for. And again, that leads to a lot, like, again, envy leads to, pride can lead to envy can lead to greed can lead to gluttony, or pride can lead to envy can lead to lust leads to greed leads to gluttony generally leads to sloth leads to wrath. That's usually, I mean, they could probably do it otherwise, but that's kind of how it goes. I don't understand pride and envy. So envy, they all kind of lead into each other, but pride is the so let's be very clear. To be proud of something is not the same as undue pride. Pride in this context is specifically the diminishment of other people's accomplishments, right? So if I come up to you and I'm talking to you and you decide to consistently downplay what I'm saying and assert yourself as an expert, or decide to not listen to what I have to say because you believe that you're greater than me because of certain accolades you've been afforded, certain accomplishments you've had, that's pride. And it's very dangerous because it closes people off from being able to learn. Okay. It closes people off from being able to learn from other people, right? So that's the dangerous thing and the difficult thing about pride. Envy or covetousness is the desire to have that which isn't yours. Usually it's the thing that you've seen someone else have. But enviousness goes farther than that, because enviousness is generally the unhealthy obsession. Hey, Bogus, how are you doing? It's a long time no see. How have you been? Hope you're doing wonderfully. I've kind of started really quickly. I'm sorry, Knight. But to Bogus, I've kind of started doing this thing at the very beginning where I just kind of talk with everybody about whatever seems to kind of come up. In this case, it happened to be the 7 Deadly Sins because of the title, but just kind of talk about a little bit of everything, getting each other's opinions on certain things. And anyway, it's just kind of loose and chill and so on and so forth. I've been fine. Sorry for not watching previous. No, don't worry about it. There's never. I want to be very clear. There's never an expectation for anybody to be here. You got lives. You got to do what you got to do. Whatever's comfortable. When when or if you get to come back and say hi, come say hi. If you can't, you don't worry. No worries at all. If there's ever pressure to go and watch a stream, good Lord, then it's not fun. No, I hope everything's been going well. I hope you've been doing wonderfully, and I hope all of this busy has been for hopefully stuff that's really been good for you. And Maximum Wesley, good to see you as well. To finish the no worries, Retro. I can wait for you to answer whatever. Yeah, no, it's okay. I just want to make sure I was saying hi. I hadn't seen Bogus in a while. Just wanted to be able to say hi, and that I hope he's doing well, and it was great to see him and get to talk with him for however long we get to, or even if you just popped in to say hi. It's great to see you again. For envy's kind of this. There's kind of a, and again, I'm not going off of. I'm going off of all kinds of different takes from it. So I mean, it could be wrong. I could be wrong, but envy is to want what someone else has, but not to want to have to do. I love the talks. I appreciate that. I like to get to talk with everybody as well, and it's just fun. And it's good. It's a good way to grow. It's, sometimes maybe I learn something that I didn't know, and sometimes maybe I give something that other people didn't know. It's good exchange. But yeah, envy's usually associated with wanting something that you haven't earned. That's the general, right? It's the idea behind it. There's a lot more that goes into it, but the idea behind it is you see your neighbor have a good. This is the belief. I'm not going to say I completely agree with it, but you see your neighbor has a really nice car, and they believe that envy of that nice car, you wanting it, is going to lead you to steal it. Arguably, envying that they have that car might motivate you to, work harder and earn that kind of money to buy that kind of car, but sometimes it's not how it works. Sometimes people do. And I will say people are usually inclined towards an easier path. I won't say that's not a very real concern, but envy is kind of that if you want what isn't yours, you are more likely to the easier path of stealing it than the harder path of making, X amount more a year. And so that's the idea. And it could be envious of a person. Envy is a lot of the reasons that that regicide is committed or had been committed in the past. They envied the throne, they commit regicide, then they take the throne. So envy is one of those that kind of can lead to a lot of the stuff. Jealousy is what we generally would call it now. Yeah, envious is just another word for jealousy. That's a very fair way to say it. But again, it's a little bit more, because jealous is just to want what others have. Jealousy is kind of the negative feeling that you have, right? Jealousy is you feel bad because you don't have that other thing. So if I'm jealous of somebody, I want what they have, but it's also kind of speaks more to me feeling bad about myself in that way. Envy is speaking more towards the intention I have against the other person rather than how I feel about it. it kind of infers that. But yeah, you could absolutely use that. Again, another word for it is called covetousness, or to covet. You could use any of those three fairly interchangeably, and there are different connotations. Also, I want to apologize for additional noise and probably my microphone at this point. As I have the window open, it's been pretty hot down here recently, and we got actually some cloud coverage now. And so I've opened my window, and that means that the unfiltered sounds of birds and such can be heard. And so if that's uncomfortable, I apologize, but it's quite nice. And,
Can I ask you a quick question?
no, you can. What's that?
What's the program we use to make it so my controller isn't being used by my computer playing with the game?
I don't remember the name of it. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
It should be on your recently. If you go to your recent files, though, it'll be there. Sorry. I love the birdies. It's calm and relaxing. Tell her I said, oh, she already popped out before I got that message. I'm sorry. Otherwise, I would have. But yeah, anyway, there a lot of these. I mean, again, a lot of these are up for interpretation. They've just kind of been general rules for a lot of religions, a lot of just random beliefs that are not that are a-religious, just people that believe that you should do, should live a good life. These have kind of been what the 7 things that they think you should stick to are, and there are connotations in several religions of these again, but I think a lot of people have just kind of agreed that whether you are or aren't religious, these are probably good little guidelines. And I think I agree. I think they're decent guidelines. But I also think we conflate the meanings a lot, and I think that these are worth. If we're going to espouse these types of views, I think we have to kind of look a lot deeper into what they mean exactly, right? I like the 7 deadly sins. I find them interesting. Yeah, I think they're really interesting as well. And that's what I was saying. I think I believe that they need deeper examination. I don't believe that we can look at it and go, well, one of the very popular things, and I won't get deeply into politics or social politicking, of course. I don't care about a lot of it. I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream is a lovely game. It is. It's a really good game, and the short story is really good too. But I think the game's better in terms of story. What I was saying is, one of the social things is pride is a sin, and obviously people have used pride as there's a more social platform for pride, which is fine. People aren't saying don't be proud of who you are when you're saying pride is a sin. I want to be very clear about that. If you're proud of who you are because you've worked hard to get there, or you just want to be proud of yourself because you're working really well, you're doing really well, things are working out well for you. Whether that be a part of your identity, unmitigatable, or whether that be a part of your accomplishment, you can be proud. The idea isn't that you can't be proud. The idea is that you should not be proud of what you have not earned. That's all it is. So be proud of who you are, but don't be proud of what you haven't earned. Don't be proud of being the top expert of something or not listening to others' opinions because you are so much smarter, when the reality is that we all have a little bit more we could learn from other people. That's what pride is. That's what general pride, not social pride. That's just general pride. Be proud of what you've earned. Talking about the 7 deadly sins, I watched a movie recently called Seven, and it was so good. Oh, I'm gonna have to take a look at that. I wonder who was in it. Who stars in it? I definitely would love to take a look at. I've known this concept for a long time, and I think it's a great concept. It's just, it always kind of gets sequestered into specific niches, But I do think it's good to follow, not follow necessarily. I think it's good to study. Let's say that. But yeah, so anyone that's looking at the pride thing, oh, it's a bad thing, and you're associating that with your social belief on what pride is, or what the colloquial social belief on pride is, understand that doesn't have any bearing on what I'm talking about here, and I'm not having any bearing on that. It's actually just me specifying that pride is strictly being willing to diminish others' accomplishments in favor of your own when you haven't earned that. Brad Pitt and Morgan Freeman, that's a star-studded cast right there. I need to take a look. I could swear I heard of that early 2010s or mid-2010s, maybe. It seems like I heard about something like that, but I never saw it. If it's got Morgan Freeman and Brad Pitt, though, I'm there. So, is it really from the 90s? Wow, okay. I thought it was something from like the mid-2010s. Then I have them, which is funny because I love 90s movies too. Of course I love 90s movies. I'm retro in all things. I guess. I haven't myself actually heard the 7 Deadly Sins till ReZero anime I watch. Oh, okay. I think it's more of a religious principle, generally speaking. I could say that it's more biblical, but I don't know that that's actually the origins. I feel like there are religions that are older that have pretty well put it up on top of the pedestal before it was adopted, so I don't know. I don't exactly have a platform to watch movies on, so anime is the only thing I can watch. Well, that's fair if that's what you enjoy. It's a 98 movie. Oh, okay. Oh, 95. Okay. How I missed that one, I'm not sure. I have no idea. That's a surprise, because at that time I liked Goodfellas and stuff, so I don't know how in the world, but... Talking about movies, has anyone seen Venom: The Last Dance? I have not. I want to watch it so badly, but I can't. Yeah, I don't want to spoil anything. I mean, I haven't seen anything, obviously, but the villain... I'm excited about the villain in this one, and I'm especially excited that it sounds like they're going to do the villain justice, knowing that villain... the only thing, I haven't even seen the second movie. In all honesty, I used to like the comics. I don't know, maybe 15 years ago. I actually met with Todd McFarlane, and had the opportunity to talk with him very briefly on some stuff, which was really cool. Venom being one of them, Spawn being really the major, because I really liked Spawn, and. He's a little bit, or at least when he was talking with me, he was a little bit kind of short, come and go, snap your fingers. But he was pretty, obviously he was pretty informative about his projects and what he was passionate about and what he loved about them. And then he gave me one of his McFarlane toys, which I still have, but he gave me one of the McFarlane toys that he had. This was like 15 years ago, so I don't know how they are now, but kind of interesting. I don't know anything about the movie. I didn't watch any trailers. I haven't seen any of the trailers either. It's just that they've written about the villain, and that's the only thing. That's the only reason I know about him, is that they've written about it in several news outlets. I think it was. It could be more YouTube news too. It could be community, but anyway. Reposting of things. I forget where I get the news in these kinds of... I don't really put a lot of... When it comes to like entertainment, I don't really put a ton of emphasis on citation. When it's something about facts or philosophies, I try to put a little bit more citation on it, as those are important and people will usually willingly contest that. But when it's entertainment, I don't usually put a lot of emphasis on the citation, as I don't feel like people are really going to argue entertainment. I'm not going to argue entertainment, so if you like movies better, you like movies better, so I'm all good. Yeah, I didn't realize it was a 90 movie from the 90s. So going back to the 7 for just a second, so I don't know why I thought that was like a 2010 movie. I have to take a look at it. Who knows? I might actually have it in my collection. I mean, it may have been one of the ones I picked up and just haven't seen yet. We've got a pretty expansive collection. I need to take a look through it. Just to start a side topic, I've been getting a bit saddish of all types. I'm sorry, at the types of games and the games that have been released currently. Why is that? Why sad? That's one of the things that I speak on fairly frequently is the state of gaming today. And I think games are cool today. I think there are cool games today. I should qualify that statement, but I'd like to hear what your reasoning is first before I try to speak potentially and elegantly on it. because again, difference of opinions could be right, but I think some of the games that have been coming out or that are announced to come out here in the near future are actually pretty cool sounding. We've got the Resident Evil 2, or sorry, not Resident Evil 2, Silent Hill 2 remake that has just come out, which is really pretty cool. And then we've got the new Life is Strange, which is a continuation of the Max Caulfield story from the very first one, which is really, really neat because I think that they were the most endearing. Her and Chloe were the most endearing characters in that series. And seeing a return to form, 5, 10, whatever years later is really nice. And let's see. Like, I don't know if I told you, but the Black Myth Wukong, I really love him, and I grew up watching the Journey to the West movies, and I want to play the game badly, but the thing is, it's a Souls-like. Yeah! What's wrong with it being a Souls-like game? Is it just you don't like the difficulty on Souls-like games, or is it something deeper than that? Because a good example of another Souls-like game, or one that certainly can be a Souls-like game, is I'm a big Star Wars fan, and they made Star Wars Jedi Survivor. And playing that on Jedi Master is absolutely Souls-like. I mean, it is brutally difficult. You're dead in 2-3 hits. And but I did play it through, and I probably did that final fight. I think I said this. I did that final fight several times. But finally got through it. But I also I like it when the game is incredibly challenging. I'm playing The Witcher again, and that game is knuckle-crackingly difficult, but or can be rather, but a lot of games releasing are just hard. Games that have been getting harder. Games have been getting harder and harder. I am a Souls-like games fan. I played all 3 Dark Souls and Demon Souls. I also played Elden Ring, but oh, yeah, there we go. I want to break from hard games. At times I want to break. I want a good story without struggling. I want to have fun and relax. Yeah, that's fair. All right, I'm back and got a charger. Welcome back, Fighting Max. I think so. I think that's a very very fair point. Knight is. I agree. I'm a big fan of hard games too. I do like difficulty in a game. As I've said before, I had to get shots. Are you? Is everything okay? Are you feeling under the weather, or is it just kind of a normal inoculation? Or, yeah. I'm curious. If you don't want to share, you don't have to. I was just want to make sure you're all right. Just normal. Okay. All right. Not bad. Do you have just a quick side before I answer? Do you have a fear of needles by chance? A lot of people are really scared of needles, and I don't know why. But I didn't know do you have a fear of needles? Hopefully not. Fingers crossed that you don't. But if you do. Needles are fine. Okay, good. Okay. As I say, fingers crossed. As you say, you're going to get shots, just normal shots. Okay, cool. You don't know if you're needles. I never understood why people get so scared by needles. But to your point, no, I agree with you. I think that I like hard games. I like difficult games. I usually will like to play on the second to hardest difficulty. If it's 4 difficulties or more, I'll play the second hardest difficulty. Devil May Cry has a version that I love that is incredible difficulty called Heaven and Hell, where everything you hit is one shot, but you're also one shot, and I think it's brilliant. But I agree, you should have the option to play a softball game every once in a while too. And I think that every game should have a pretty good difficulty setting system where you can choose down to, But games feel like they're just hard because so many people like challenging games, but why not just have a difficulty setting that is actually made for people who want to experience the story? Yeah, and a lot of games do have that. Again, going back to The Witcher, not to again belabor that, but you have that, and Wolfenstein was another good one. You have a lot, and I think God of War even, it's just give me the story, sword and story, that kind of thing. I think there should be an option for that. I don't disagree with you. I think difficulty's great, but I agree with you. There should be you should be able to choose. Hey Ash, how are you doing? So sorry, I've been kind of spotty in communication. I was traveling for work, got back, went out and did stuff with the wife, and then now I'm kind of back and a little bit more stable for a minute. It's been a lot of travel. I won't have to travel again until November. I'll be on a plane out mid-November that I'll kind of be out of touch for a little bit. But other than that, I think I'm pretty back into routine. Hope you're doing wonderfully, by the way. It's pills that are hard for me, to be honest. Oh, yeah, that's fair. Well, and a lot of the pills that they give nowadays, too, is especially like if you're... I can't take it, I'm lucky I don't get sick very often. I do get sick, but I don't get sick very often, at least not as often as I used to just a few years ago. Now I don't get sick hardly at all, but I think several years ago I was getting sick like every other month, and they would give these pills that were like 1 gram, what we would down here call horse pills, just gigantic. So I get feared by needles because every time I do get them, everybody has to make a comment about how my skin looks, and then they stab it and then it hurts so badly. Yeah, it's hopefully I don't usually have a problem with it. Needles don't really bother. They've never really bothered me. Bad doctors or nurses do. I have had it where they'll miss and then they'll try and move the needle around while it's in my arm to hit and I'm like, just pull it out and try again. I get frustrated when that happens, but the last time that really happened to me has been a couple of years ago, so it's not been too bad. But if they know what they're doing and they do a good job, I don't usually pay any attention to it. It doesn't bother me. I didn't even know you were traveling. Would have messaged you. No. You're always welcome to do it. I just apologize that I'm spotty on that. Sometimes when I'm out and about, it's very difficult because in addition to meetings and different conversations, and I was also having other conversations and doing some other stuff that I had to take care of or that I was taking care of. So it was just you're always welcome to message. I just apologize. Sometimes I'm a little more spotty there. But you're always welcome to message. Don't worry. It just takes me a little bit more time to get back and forth with it. So, but I'm back. I should be more on my game there. Plus, I like to get to talk with you. Yeah. It's always good to get to talk with you. So please do whenever you feel like it. Whenever you want to talk, message. If I'm a little spotty, please forgive me, and I'll come back and just let you know. Yeah, I'm traveling, or whatever. And then it just means I'm a little bit more delayed. I've been avoiding spoilers for Black Myth Wukong like the plague, but now I have lost interest. I might just watch a playthrough or walkthrough since I want to play the game and I want to experience the story, but not the challenge. Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair way to get through it. I mean, watch a walkthrough and see somebody you like playing it, and yeah. I want to play the game. I do want to play the game. I don't know much about it. I mean, I know kind of what the character looks like and some of the fighting. I don't really know the story behind it, so we'll see what happens, but... the story, but not the challenge. Yeah. I tried to do the practice. I tried to do the practice with Tic Tacs, and it worked for my fear, but then I stopped doing it, and it resumed. Oh. Huh. How interesting. That's interesting. I guess I get it, though, because at the same time, Tic Tacs, you take into consideration that Tic Tacs are kind of small, and then, like... One of the pills that I would have to do, most common thing that's going to happen down here is probably a sinus infection, which is a bacterial infection, which means an antibiotic. And there are two major... you can get prescribed a slew of things, right, when it comes to antibiotics, but they can give you penicillin, but usually they're going to give you amoxicillin, right? That's going to be the specific penicillin they give you. And for someone my size, they have to measure out how, for someone my size, for anybody who's super familiar. I don't want to give a super vivid image, but I'm a big guy. I like to eat my chicken and my veggies, or not my veggies, but I can't do the veggies, but I like to eat my chicken and my meats, and then I like to work out. So I'm a kind of a big guy. And probably like to eat a little bit too much until much more recently, but any which way, a lot of meat. I'm a big guy. And they have to give me a gram. It's like a gram tablet. The thing is huge. It's about the size of your average... I don't know. It's probably the size of the first section of your thumb. So... No need to... Oh, yeah. No, I appreciate that. But it's just... I didn't want to be spotty and for no reason. I used to like the drinkable medicines more than the pills when I was young, but I like the pills more than the drinkable ones now. And that's fair. There aren't a lot of drinkable ones for adults, honestly. It's very difficult. I wish that drinkable medicine was more efficient for more adults. Yeah, that's very true. That's exactly what I was thinking, too. It'd be really nice if you could. I don't like it, though. A lot of the quote-unquote drinkable medicines nowadays are just fully alcohol-laden. Like, you want to take Dayquil or NyQuil, a lot of it's alcohol. With exception to if you're taking like a NyQuil, then they'll put like diphenhydramine in it because they want you to go to sleep. And diphenhydramine is an antihistamine, which is fine, kind of, but it's a drowsy antihistamine for most people. And and for me, it's not a drowsy it's like makes me jittery. And so I just try to stay away from it if I can help it. I usually just kind of stick to, if I have to take medicine, I'll take what I have to. I used to take Ceftonir, 300 or so milligrams of Ceftonir twice daily for sinus infection. But other than that, I try to stay away. I'm a big advocate of tea. If you don't feel well, I'm a big advocate of tea. Maybe that sounds really new agey, but I really like hot tea with lemon and honey. Hot green tea with lemon and honey is my go-to sick remedy, and I feel lots better just when I drink it. Right now I'm drinking the cold version of it, but I love the hot version of it. I used to be a big guy, lost a lot of weight over the last decade. I'm still not. It's the same here. I've worked really hard on it. I definitely, I'm definitely not a small guy in that regard, but I started really wanting to look after my health a lot more, so I'm more conscious about it, and I've done a lot more exercising, and I feel good about it. I feel really good. Am I exactly where I want to be? No. Am I a lot stronger than I was 3 months ago, 6 months ago? Heck yeah, I'm happy about that. I just want to be around longer. Not to get too personal, but being a dad and also seeing how much my daughter has grown, and wanting to be there for her for as long as I possibly can be, really puts some pep. When you do that, it really puts some pep in your step to not just live, but to live well, to live healthy. You really get motivated to start making some changes. And yeah, I mean, I'm not ancient, but I'm older now, and I want to make sure I don't start when it's too late and I'm hurting all over the place. Oh, did I tell you, Retro, I actually have started working out? I'm fat, and I have no shame in admitting that anymore. What I found out is my weight is average and healthy-ish for how tall. Very nice. My boyfriend likes me even though I'm a big guy, and I want to improve a bit just for him. He currently himself is trying to look better and cure his acne just for me. That's very sweet. That's really and that's the thing. I want to be very, very clear. There are like 3 different things you cover that are great in that. Firstly, the fact that you didn't have shame and you're just willing to work out. Secondly, that you have someone, your boyfriend in this case, that you want to work out for. So you have not only a goal, but you have a person for whom that goal is there, like helping keep it grounded. And then the last thing, which is really important, is the reciprocity. You actually have your boyfriend is also trying to better themselves for you, or better himself for you. That's wonderful. I think that's great. I get paranoid of dying as soon as I get really healthy. I can understand. I can understand paranoia of dying. I can understand that. I think the idea is. Chris Pratt said this, I think, and then I'll expand on it. Chris Pratt had said that when he was a heftier guy in shows like Parks and Rec, which I've not seen, by the way. But he said, I saw this interview, and he said something about when he ate, he was the happiest he was, but the in-betweens were miserable. He was tired, he was sluggish, and life was just not fun, but the eating was great. And then now that he's in better shape and he's healthier, the eating is dull and bland and not great, but life is better. And I think that's what I'd like to do. I don't need the eating to be... I've always been on a really strict diet, and weight was difficult for me. Weight is very difficult for me because... I'm on such a strict diet, so it's very difficult. Like, I'm not a high sugar guy. I don't like it. I was having trouble because of not being able to eat certain foods, and then my body would go into starvation mode. And so I've just barely found kind of a pattern that seems to be working for me very well, and have built a fairly substantial amount of muscle, and I'm just very, very proud, and we'll continue to work on it. And we'll never perfect it, because if I do, then all of a sudden there's no utility. I'll probably do this the rest of my life, and I'll be happy. I like that. I'm also really weird, man. Death and time are on my mind. Oh, dude, you're not weird. Trust me. When I word that I'm chronophobic, that is always... Death doesn't bother me. Death doesn't really bother me. I've never been afraid of death. I've never thought death is a bad thing. I don't think that we should go to meet it more quickly than we're intended. Like, I don't think we should hasten that any, if we can help it. But time, aging, always, constantly on my mind. And so you're not weird. That's me. Again, death doesn't bother me. Time, absolutely. Even though I'm healthy for already how tall I am, I want to improve because I love him and he loves me. He literally makes me cry tears of happiness, and I'm so lucky to find a guy like him. That's wonderful. I think that's great. So the fact that you both have that reciprocity and the desire to keep improving for each other, and you have that relationship that will help you build up each other, I think is really, really important. So, I think that's great. A lot of people don't have that. A lot of people don't have that same reciprocity. I mean, they have people that they care about, but they don't have that same kind of I want to be better for you reciprocity. So that's really, really good. I'm not a big fan of food. Drink, however, is dangerous. Not alcohol. I haven't drank alcohol consistently or over time, but pop, soda, juices are an addiction for me. And that's the tough one. And it's different, too, about where you are and where we are, because you're allowed, over here in America, you're allowed to put a lot of really awful stuff in those drinks. I mean, I'm not even kidding. I don't even sound conspiratorial, but like the amount of chemical that we can put in our food is uncanny. How close it is to just absolute chemical, like absolute unpotable chemical. So, undead, that's the same thing. I mean, I'm definitely happy to improve alongside you, and that would work. I don't know if the relationship's quite the same, but yeah. There was a festival yesterday, and he had gone. I'm sorry. Let me try that again. There was a festival yesterday, and he had gone there. Oh no, okay, I have it right. I thought I had misread that. And when he came back, he played with me, and he was tired, and so we were talking before he went to sleep. I'm sorry. And so if you didn't know, I like. I think I maybe hold on. Let me try that one more time. I think I may have misread. Played games with me, and he was tired, and so we were talking before he went to sleep. And so if you didn't know, I like. Is there more sentence there? I may have missed the. I think I may have missed the. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say. I haven't drank any alcohol, but I feel like I would become easily addicted if I wasn't careful. I have. I'd be silly to say I haven't. I mean, I've been drinking age for quite a long time. I've never been drunk. I want to be very clear about that. I currently, and back when I had tried, I actually lack the ability to get drunk, which is very dangerous because your body doesn't mean I'm immune to alcohol. It just means my body doesn't slow down when I've drunk too much alcohol. And so as a result of that, you can actually really hurt yourself. It's kind of like not feeling pain. If you don't feel pain and you break your femur and it cuts the femoral artery, you can bleed to death and not even know it. You won't have felt the pain telling you something's wrong and you need to go get it fixed. So I have the same kind of response with alcohol. It doesn't slow me down, and it still hurts my liver. And so as a result, I just don't drink. It's just better to not. And I really, I've had a sip here and there for like the taste, but I don't really drink. I try to stay away from alcohol pretty well all the way around. I like professionalism, as in I really like guys in suits. Like most of my fictional crushes have been butlers and stuff. So when he found that out, he went out of his way, and even though he was tired, to go and put on a suit for. Oh, that's awesome! What a guy! That's a good guy right there. Even though he's tired, goes through, finds something he knows you'll like, and dresses. That's wonderful. That's awesome. Apparently, I'm very friendly, and I'm a very friendly, talkative. Very friendly and talkative drunk. People have told me that. They almost prefer. To be fair, I mean, you're very candid. I want to be very clear about that, Ash. You speak your mind, but you're, as far as I can say, I don't think you've ever been unfriendly. You're straightforward, and some people could interpret that as unfriendly, but I don't. I interpret it as unyielding, which is good. But you've always been friendly about the way you come across. It's just you're not going to back down if something doesn't make sense. Yeah, YouTube's 200 word limit compared to Twitch's 500 is such a screw over for me. Oh, it's okay. I'm willing to wait for the other 200 to come in. No worries. You can write 500 words on Twitch. Yeah. Haven't been on Twitch in a long time. Yeah, you have. Yeah, I agree. I think Knight's got a great partner. I never intend to offend, I might, but I never. Well, and the thing about it is, the duality, right? I don't want to offend either. That's not like I don't go out of my way to try and make people feel bad. But I also don't want to feel bad in not getting to voice what I feel on a circumstance. So what I think we should probably do, and again, just my opinion, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, and that's very possible I am, is we should all be willing to say what we believe with decorum, right? Be polite and respectful. And then we should also be harder skinned when people say something that is accidentally uncouth. You come to me and you say something I don't like, if I'm trying to say something that I think someone else might not like, but I want it's a pertinent part of the conversation, I should say it more eloquently, or as eloquently and as polite as I can. I should preface it with it's not intended to offend. It happens. But then if you go into the you saying something to me that might offend me, and you try with decorum and it may fall flat, I also should have thicker skin and be like, you know what, it's not the end of my day. I get what you're trying to say, you know? Do you feel bad for having to use a walkthrough on a game while you're streaming because you can't figure it out yourself? I don't think that's a bad thing if you need to do it. I don't think it's a bad thing if you need to do it. I mean, I'm a big fan of... I like the idea of... Here's my thing. I like the idea of trying to do it. If you've never played the game especially, I like the idea of trying to do it, solve it yourself. Like, I think that's a good idea because it's the fun of the game, right? It's a puzzle game. But if you are stuck and stumped and you just can't figure it out, and you're working with chat and they can't figure it out or whatever, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. And at the end of the day, I don't think there's anything wrong with it in general if that's what you want to do. I know that there are channels out there that actually make video walkthroughs, and I'm sure what they're doing is probably using a walkthrough and then just putting it into using a written walkthrough and then just putting the action to it. So, I think that's fine. I'm a huge fan. Thumb might be really big on this, but I actually am a really big fan of strategy guides. I think strategy guides are fun. I think the idea is, at least the first time, play it through clean, and then after that, I think it's really a good idea, or at least I think it's fun to go grab a strategy guide. Used to, strategy guides had like these collector's edition hardcover, like they were so nice. I sent a picture of one of my shelves with just strategy guides. I think what I will do is I'll pull a few of the ones I really like out, and I will take some pictures of them and just kind of show like strategy guides. Not that long ago, strategy guides were really cool. They're not really cool anymore most of the time. But yeah, I don't think there's any shame in that. I mean, whatever you feel like is best. I think, again, if it's first time, play it through clean if you can. But, everybody needs a nudge. And I also feel like if you're playing it through and you're really just stumped the first time, if you need a nudge, you need a nudge. Whatever the way... Here's my thing. Whatever way you feel like playing the game is the way the game should be played. If you enjoy doing it by yourself, cool. If you need some nudges from a strategy guide, cool. If you need you want to use a strategy guide the whole way through, cool. What is the way that you're having the most fun? If you're doing it any other way than that, it's probably wrong, right? If you're doing it any other way than the way that you have the most fun, it's wrong. That's my opinion. For the things I deal with. I don't know what that was in reference to. I haven't seen I apologize. I had to do it I had to do it that for this one thing I was doing on stream for Ace Attorney when I didn't know you weren't supposed to present. It was another thing where you had to lose to... That's silly. That's silly. Not your fault. The lose to move forward thing. That's such a silly... Because if you showed that one we did we're doing together with the chat, and you in the chat, right? I was in the chat. The fact that you have to lose to move forward, and the fact that if you lose on your last present, you just actually lose, I think that's silly. I think that's just a flaw in the game mechanic. I really only want to do it as the last resort. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, again, whatever you're doing that you're having... Whatever way you're doing it that you're having the most fun. If you feel guilty and that's hampering your fun, then obviously that's not the way to do it. Do whatever is most fun, I think. No one has come to my streams yet. I've streamed 12 times since I started. I have not seen a single notification. If that is a true statement, have you sent me the link? Because I would have been there. I darn well would have been there if you have actually started. It better be a joke, or I'm going to be really upset with myself because I didn't see a link or a notification or nothing. I guess anything I should have said. I didn't see. Oh, that sounds so sad. I waited 20 minutes for. I don't have a link. If you actually started, please send me a link because I absolutely would be there. Bearing in mind, excuse me, that there are instances where, you know, of the 12, I may have been with family or something, but like I sang. Nice. That message is in reference to the message above at Fighting Max. Do you feel bad for having? Oh yeah. Yeah, that's fair. That makes sense. I just was making sure I didn't want to misassociate it. But yeah, I think whatever way you're having the most fun with is, like I said, I love to collect strategy guides. I like strategy guides. Going through and playing a game that I know really well, especially with a strategy guide. KOTOR 1, KOTOR 2 are great examples of this. I have the strategy guide from these, which were out in like 2002, 2004. And there are still things. I've been playing those games. I'm serious. I've been playing those games for 20 years, over 20 years in the case of KOTOR 1. And there's still things that I will unlock that I just didn't know. Something like in KOTOR 2, playing as a female unlocks an entirely different partner, teammate, right? It unlocks you don't get one of the partners you get when you play as a male. You get a different partner, and there's a different love interest story, and all. It's super neat that after having played these games for 22 years, I am still finding new things. I love it. I shall go now since I'm planning to play with friends. Oh yeah, no, have fun, Knight. It was a pleasure to get to talk with you and to have you in. I appreciate you for popping in, and I hope everything goes well with you and you have a ton of fun. Viddy showed up to my streams and he came in and said, God, there's no way. That is not the kind of person Viddy is. It doesn't feel like. I felt crazy during that moment. Yeah, no, yeah, don't worry about it. Like I said, do what it is that you have the most fun with. Again, I get it. I think you and I have talked about this. You do have the purpose in mind. However big of a purpose or however big of a goal it is up to you, but you do have a little bit of the goal of wanting to grow and wanting to this and that and the other. And I respect that. But as far as I go, let me just impart that when I play, because I don't have that goal, I am completely unfettered in me doing whatever I want to do. Yes, I want people who watch it to have fun, but at the same time, I just want to have fun. This is what this is. This is the room. I want to have fun. I want to talk. I want to see friends and talk with friends and work together with them in some cases. And in some cases, none of us are going to figure it out. And I may have to say, hey, hold on, let me pull up a guide. It's just going to happen. If somebody wants to shame me for that, then okay. I don't really, that doesn't bother me, but you can. But that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to have fun. And so no shame in it. I think you should do whatever you had the most fun doing. And I think that if that's what made it fun enough for you to get through, that's what you need to do. If I don't make 200,000 pounds a week in my first month of YouTube, I'm leaving this earth. You know what the funny thing is? I think that they actually use, I know that this is obviously, it was being silly, but I believe that YouTube actually does promote your stuff locally based on your geography. So, for example, I would be more well promoted in the United States of America if I went and broadcast from France. Then I would be more recommended to more people in France, and so on and so forth. Depending on where I was, maybe France, maybe Germany, depending on if I'm close to the border or whatever. But I wonder what it would look like if you were actually able to broadcast from Mars. That would be super cool. So my channel will be shown to a bunch of teeth-missing, tea-drinking, bald... I mean, I guess if that's how you characterize people of the... And I'm gonna widen it a lot. I don't know how, but I'll say the United Kingdom, right? I'll say that versus being more specific, but I don't know which of them you... I don't know if you're just talking about a specific... They're my people. You can call them you can call anybody whatever you want. That's my opinion. But I don't know if I would call them that. I had to adjust my seating. I apologize. That's funny. Oh, man. Yeah, you get, I mean, you do. You get, it does it geographically. I wonder if you did, if you went if you went to like Mars or something, I wonder what it would be like. What the algorithm would do. I don't really care about like what it does here and there. I know about what it does. I talk, I hear about it, but I'm just like, You'd probably not want to call people whatever you want. I think, again, that it's interesting. I think that it goes kind of back to what I was saying before. I think that people who want to call people things should have the decorum to know what they want to call them, right? And shouldn't want to call them terrible things all the time. Because I think if you find yourself wanting to call people terrible things all the time and not in jest, I think that speaks more of you than it does of them. But at the same time, if you call me something that is, and I'm going to put this in heavy quotes because I don't think there's anything that is traditionally offensive. I think there are things that are subjectively offensive. I also think it's important that people like myself who have to be receptive to that just have thicker skin and say, I think I get your point. I think what you're saying in that case is it's good to have restraint, which I agree with. But I also think that if you find yourself having to restrain yourself from consistently calling people something that you want because you realize it's not right, then that becomes a question of the self. That becomes a thing that we have to ask ourselves, wait, why am I constantly having to censor myself? Is it because I feel like that the world is being censorious, or is it because I feel like I am legitimately wanting to do some awful stuff and I need to probably reevaluate? So I know that was probably a simple passing comment, but that's just my thought on it. So discard it at your leisure, of course. You know what? I can make a video talking with a mouthful of baguette while I previously talk about my wife and also my girlfriend, and maybe the French will subscribe to. I don't know if what you have in the video actually appeals to. I think it's where you just broadcast the video from. Previously, that was supposed to say pretentiously. Oh, pretentiously talk about. Yeah, I could be. I mean, I don't necessarily know if that would increase if you have. I guess it depends on how it would be tagged, but I don't necessarily think the subject matter would make a difference there. The French. When I think of that, when you said that right there, the French, one of my favorite things, I don't know if anybody is even going to remember this. I think it happened in the 70s. It was really fun. I'm not thinking God the French, but I'm thinking, aha, the French, right? That line. And I believe it was, who was it? Now I'm trying to think. Dang, I'm trying to think of what it was. France is one of the countries of all time. Yeah. Who did the Paul Masson wine commercial? That's what I'm thinking of. It back in the 70s. Was it? Who was it? Was it? I think it was Orson Welles, wasn't it? I think it was Orson Welles. Anyway, there was I think it was the 70s or 80s. I think it was the 70s. There was this commercial. It was not Winston Churchill for sure. It was a commercial for Paul Masson wine, and the first line of it is the French, right? And it's Orson Welles giving it. Which Orson Welles, by the way, phenomenal actor, really talented, incredibly intelligent, gifted magician, even if you can believe it. And but he ended up getting, I guess he got free, I don't know how much, probably infinite, but he got free supplies of Paul Masson wine, and he got completely drunk. And the reel of those 1970s, I think they're still on YouTube even, but the reel, they had these bloopers where he was so inebriated he was barely coherent, he could barely keep it together. They had to actually overdub him, like have him come in a day or two later and like say his lines in ADR. And so every time I hear the French, it's always going to be the French. It's just wonderful thing if you get a chance. I think it's on YouTube. I think you can find it on YouTube still, but it is funny. What would make this funny is if I wasn't English but French. It would be interesting, and the odds of you having a French ancestor are probably decently high too. France they've obviously, as a country, they've been where they are, but as a people, they've been all over the place. I mean, look at the Norman influences from Scandinavians coming down, and the Norman influences of the intermingling, where the Norse or Normans were actually French speaking. And I would argue that a lot of people make the joke about the French and surrender, but one of the things that they don't realize is that a lot of Normans who are not popular for surrender but are popular for conquest were French speaking. So you got to give them some. You got to give them some respect there, I guess. You don't have to give them respect, but you got to give them some. You have to realize that, I suppose. Jolly good joke there. The French need a good kicking. I don't know if he may have actually said something like that, but I doubt it. Did you just say the French ancestor? Do you know for a fact that you do or don't? I know I have. I actually have. I mean, I'm an American, and I know that the majority of my bloodline is Danish. But I can also tell you that I know for a fact that I have French ancestry for a number of reasons. True quote from 1765. You know something? These taxes sure aren't swell. Probably so. Yeah. I like the way that Family Guy pictured it, because it automatically gave, like, you have to think about this. Whenever the Revolutionary War was happening, this is the closest that America and England had ever been as observably separate entities, and yet the same type of people, right? Because this is the point where they kind of created the cleavage fro to burgeon a new country. But anyway, they gave them the kind of like California surfer guy accents automatically, where you have the very sophisticated posh British accent on the redcoat side the whole way through. I think that was pretty funny. We weren't always a colony of silly people that had silly people. Basically they brought our lowest common denominator to it. It was the silly people. And America's actually, we have a lot of negative stereotypes, but I can say that there are a lot of great things about America still to this day. I'm disappointed that we've allowed ourselves to become so stereotypically negative, but at the same time, you can't really control what's said about you. All I know is I'm English and I have some Viking ancestry, apparently. Or Viking. Viking, or Vikingum, just means to travel. Vikingum, travel a long way. I don't believe America is real. It's a test. It kind of is a test. It is real, but it is a test. That's not wrong. That's actually true. Viking, how much have you drank? I don't speak German. That's not German. That's Norse. So you would have people that would say they were going to go a Viking, right? But the original word, it comes from Norse, which is vikingum, which is to travel a long distance. So you have people that say, I'm going to go a Viking. A Viking is basically the idea of the travel, potentially with the idea of the pillage and plunder as well. But then again, you have the word vikingum. And if you listen to the old songs, there's an old song, old popular, the My Mother Told Me song, right? Which is, in Old Norse, is Thotmel di min modir et mer skildi kopa, fleak fagrar orar, fara brot med vikingum. Vikingum, right there. Fara brot med vikingum is the word. I'm doing it in Old Norse. So fara brot med vikingum is to sail a long ways away, or to sail to a distant shore. So I'm that's Winston Churchill was getting up to some stuff, wasn't he? And also, I love the fact that I keep looking at it and I keep seeing the years, the drastic change in years. Real quote, absolutely, 100%. But anyway, so I didn't sing it, obviously, I was speaking it, but that's the lyrics to the My Mother Told Me, which is an actual old song from a long time ago, was originally sung in Norse, Old Norse, and that's where you can hear the word being used, vikingum, fara brot med vikingum. So, It's changed a lot. That's about 1,100 years ago. I think that song is from anywhere between 1,000 and 1,200 years ago, somewhere around that neighborhood. So, long time. Old song. We still have the words to it, and we still have the song, which is, I think, really, really cool. So, and it's one of my favorite I love sea shanties. I've always loved sea shanties. I actually went to a thing with Anna. I went to a thing with Anna last year, and that was one of the things that we did. Is we literally were out and about. We met with a bard, and she. I was going to the booksellers, and we met with a bard at the exit of the booksellers, and we just stood there with her for about a half hour, I think it was, 25 minutes, a half hour, and we just sang shanties with her, which was great. It was amazing. It was a lot of fun. She's like, more Freeman. Winston Churchill, 2008. I said to him, no, that you would love Python. I think at that point, Churchill was really getting confused. By 2008, he was like, why am I still here? I love it. Of course, he's got a very famous accent, so there's no way I can do it. KDR, I'll carry the French to George Washington shortly after. So, okay, that was a good, okay. I will say this, though. There's always, I've said this before, there's that famous painting of Washington crossing the Delaware. Most people don't realize, to your point, Fighting Max, that painting was Washington in retreat. It wasn't actually him storming, it was him retreating. His crossing of the Delaware in that particular painting was a painting of a retreat, if you can believe it. Okay. And Churchill was just off his nut at that point, I suppose. Oh. Although I do think I do believe I read somewhere that Churchill was a little bit of a was a little bit licentious, you know. I think, I could be wrong, but I believe I did read that he was a bit licentious. And if that is indeed the case, then while I don't think he probably said that, I'm fairly certain he may have said something similar for appropriate for the time, quote unquote appropriate for the time. Also, why 1889? Why 1866? Like this isn't right. Oh man. Churchill was like, he wasn't even born in 1866. What was he born? 1875? 1874, 1875. So he was born somewhere like that, and he died in the 1960s. He was around for World War II. So why all these 1800s things? Yeah, 1840. Yeah, he certainly didn't say that for sure. That didn't come out until 2000, and that would be like 50 years before he was born. He got popular in World War II. How in the world does that happen? What are we done? The match time hasn't run out yet. The American at the Battle of New Orleans, 1812. Can you imagine? Oh, you know what? I kind of would want this, though. Halo multiplayer. I just want to say this. Halo multiplayer style. Halo style multiplayer with the Halo announcer, but the game is the Battle of 1812 or the Battle of New Orleans or whatever, right? The Battle of New Orleans. But any of these types of battles that are either real-time battles or fictitious, but it's like you hear that, it's just, you know, Slayer, and then you've got the American versus the, you know, whoever. You've got the French and Indian War, or you've got, you know, the whatever it might be. France has got a pretty, that's one of their big things, right? That's what they're known for. But at the same time, most of the Normans were French speaking, and I don't think they were big on retreat. Well done. Yeah. Hey, you gotta respect Swiss. You gotta respect them for wanting to stay neutral, though. I think that's. I mean, I can respect that. Hey, man, we're close to friends. I can smell them from here. What, you smell the bakeries? You smell the wonderful pastries and the culinary influence? I know that's not what you're saying, but I'm putting it there. All right, let me set up. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought you were going to say the stench of the cigarettes, because France is fairly notorious, or at least was. I don't know if I think they still are pretty notorious for cigarette smoking. All right, we're going to try this. We've been talking for about hour and a half, excuse me. I don't hate France, just really, really heavily dislike them and all their people. Good Lord. I'm fortunate that I don't think I have anyone that I dislike that are just a whole, like a people, but yeah. What are you eating? House brick? No, ice. I got accident. So the opening in my tea, I have an iced green tea with honey. It's one of my favorite things is green tea with about a tablespoon of honey. And I had the opening for it allows the ice through as well. And the ice came through and I almost swallowed it whole. I would have been fine, right? Ice will melt, but we decided, so. And I went ahead and chewed it up. It does sound a little aggressive though, doesn't it? All right, let me go ahead and hop into this. Now we're going to try this and see. Please do tell me what you think, if it sounds okay. I try to do this so that it doesn't echo like it did last time and I can still hear it. We would help, but we're busy complaining England. Yeah, okay, but let's be fair. England, all over history, England has been one of those that have dominated a lot in war. Like they've been aggressive and successful in a lot of that for a very long time. America's kind of like that now, but America's also quite a lot younger than England. At 250 years old, just shy of 250 years old. And England is, you guys have been around for a while. King George sucks very, very much, and his country also sucks, and he doesn't shave, and we're going to do our own thing because we're better. The first draft of the Declaration of Independence. We don't like him. He smells, and the taxes are a little high. So, thanks, but no thanks. I think we just have simple people's rage, let's be honest. I mean, sure. I'm not metricing the intent. I'm metricing the success, the level of success after America looking across the pond. That did become a pretty big stereotype, and I'm not sure why, because I will tell you, I think it's probably infinitely more expensive to fix your teeth over here than it is over there. I could be wrong. But I can tell you that fixing teeth over here is expensive. I have a daughter. She needed to have her teeth fixed. We're working on that. It's not cheap. I know. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know why that became a thing, at least, or stayed a thing recently, because I feel like dentistry is a lot more acquirable over there than it is over here. Oh, yeah, well, I'm with them. I just enjoy my tea differently, but I'm with them. We've enjoyed, tea has been a big staple of our diet, specifically mine, at my family's, has been a big staple of our diet since the very beginning. It just, simple black tea, or in my case, green tea with a tablespoon of honey, and then when I'm sick, a tablespoon of lemon juice, a tablespoon of honey, and then I like green tea. Sometimes I'll add lavender. Like I get experimental when it comes to that. And crumpets, yeah, I don't mess with that. I don't usually mess with. I don't get to mess with a lot of carbs. So I do brown rice. I think it's the only one I can really have that doesn't hurt me. Have you ever had our stereotype tradition? No, I don't think so. I don't think I have. Yo, thanks for the corn and stuff, but we're gonna move you now, and you're gonna have to deal with it. So wherever we put you down, Andrew Oh, you made that so much nicer than Andrew Jackson was. I don't know. I'm sure you probably know this, but just in case you didn't, Andrew Jackson was the president we had that used to take people out to the back of the White House and literally have gun duels with them. He was known as Old Hickory because he would carry, he'd carry a hickory, a stick of hickory, which may have been like a cane, and he would smack people with it. And then, but yeah, like if Andrew Jackson was crazy, like if, in this regard, like he'd have you out in the back of the I say the White House, back of whatever wherever the field was, they would have you out there in the back, and he would just gun duel you. He'd just shoot you dead right there if you were too slow. He was, I mean, you made him a lot nicer than he probably was in real life. Oh my gosh. I mean, I guess that's something you might hear from. Jeez. Oh my gosh. Oh man. I know that they're not. I know the KKK is not a relic of the past like they should be. Like they should be history that we never repeat. I know that they still exist. But I can tell you that to treat them as if they are nothing in terms of just that they're this ridiculous, silly, frivolous, causing a fuss for no reason is probably the most accurate representation you can have of a people that have the beliefs that they have. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think maybe I'm wrong here, but I think that yeah, I think that's pretty great. That's pretty brilliant. This is my, and I'll say this to you, Fighting Max, because like I know a lot of people say this, but I think treating, again, I think they should be a relic of the past that we never repeat. It's just a sad reality that they existed. Never repeat. But I know that there are still people to this day that are big, like that are into that are a part of that. The fact that was the perfect joke. That was the perfect joke, because yeah, I can't, like, they don't deserve to be treated seriously. That joke was perfect. They deserve to be made fun of at, yeah, I'm good with it. And RDR2 and Django Unchained. Yes, the scene with the masks, the very first time they do the masks and they can't get them on right, and they're yeah, I agree. I that's the thing I love about them. Again, it's sad that they were a reality. The same thing was done in Wolfenstein. Again, Wolfenstein's really great. There's the same thing's done, and there was a part where it was like a German officer is walking on the street, sees them, incorporates them, quote unquote, says that they're incorporated or whatever into the regime, and then like goes through their, are you a part of your German? Have you done your German lesson for the day and all this other stuff? And it doesn't like portray them in a great light. It's literally two guys in the thing speaking very inelegantly, ineloquently, unintelligently. In both their English is bad and their German is worse. It was like the German officer's like, how do you say thank you? And he was like, danke. And you're like, no, it's danke. It's not danke. And then it was like, danke schön. And it's like, no, it's danke schön. Schön. It's anyway, funny. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool, actually. That's good. But I don't understand. I can't understand any individual, let alone a group of people dedicated to saying that people who have a higher melanin content, and that's really the only major. Well, there are other biological differences. There are differences in the muscle structure and such, and where you've lived and cultures. But my point being is that they don't know any of that. Originally, it was just a matter of the skin color. And man, some of the cultural things are things that we discard at our peril. My goodness, everybody's got a story, and everybody's got something that could be incorporated to make things better. But the fact that you have an organization is just like, nope, those guys have more melanin in their skin and hair. I'm gonna dislike them. What, really? Glad we reached out to you for your opinion. I know this is common sense, but judging people on their skin color or where they're from is genuinely insane. I know I say this after 200 French shows, but it's like, yeah, no, I get it. I think that's the thing. I don't understand it. I've never understood it. I don't get it. Maybe it's just the benefit of when I was growing up. Some of the greatest influence. I know it was a joke, but Ash is. I'm going to say this, having gotten to speak with Ash and known him for a long time. There aren't any limits, because his ability to just come off with the jokes are, it's just basically the joke is what the heart wants. And it's usually, I would say, I haven't heard one yet that I'd say usually it's pretty darn good. His sense of comedy is so much better than mine. And it's the thing about it that I love is he said that right off the cuff, I think. Maybe he had written that down, whatever, but he said that off the cuff, and it's so much more multifaceted and multi-layered. Just, I don't have I'm not that sharp. I certainly am not comically that sharp, so it's just brilliant. This is the kind of stuff I love. Anyway. But anyway, I was, when I was younger, I don't write, no, I believe you don't. I believe that you do this off the cuff, but it's brilliant. Again, part of the reason I heavily endorse the stuff that you do that's comedic, when you and I have talked, like, your comedy is some of my favorite. I love it. It's not censorious. It's genuine, and again, it's deeper. Like, you made fun of. You were able to get a jab in towards the KKK as you made a joke, and the joke was good. I mean, that 3 different things you were able to do on the spur of a moment. Yeah, I can respect that. Anyway, I think it's great. I like it a lot. But yeah, when I was younger, again, I didn't grow up middle class. We grew up literally impoverished. And I didn't have any real stability or any sense of stability in terms of monetary until I was a teenager. When I say impoverished, I mean absolutely impoverished, to the point of where we didn't always have a stable place to live, to go to. We didn't always have meals to eat. It wasn't one of those where it's like, they just scrape by. And we didn't always get to eat. Or if we ate, then other members of the family didn't always get to eat. Or, and some of the greatest friends and the most sympathetic and the most phenomenal people to me during this time were not. I'm not going to. They didn't share my race. Let's put it that way. There were so many different races and cultures that were so supportive and so helpful at that time. So I never grew up thinking that there was any difference in any of that. I never thought that skin color dictated anything about you. I realized it, right? We're not blind. We can see that it's different, but I never incorporated different with better or less than. I always just incorporated it with different. I had so many people from so many different cultures and so many different races who were incredible and supportive and wonderful. And so I didn't grow up ever thinking less or more of any specific race, because if it hadn't have been for several different people and of several different cultures and races, I very possibly would have been in a lot worse shape than I am now. Or again, that was a long time ago, but I'd have been in a lot worse shape. So I don't understand how anybody could do that. You seem like you're in a good, or at least a happy place right now, which is great. Yeah, I'm good now. Like that was a long time ago. That was when I was young. That was when I was a teenager. I've not been those things for a very long time. I've not been a teenager and a kid for a long, long time. But and I do feel good. But I don't forget that it's not like if I look back over my life and I look back over the hard times of my life, I can't look back and say I was only helped out by this person or this race or this. Like if I look back at it, I think fondly about the people, and I happen to realize if we talk more deeply about them that they were different races or different. But that never really came to me at that time because it didn't matter. They were just great people. And I'm internally thankful to them, and I don't need to name them by name because I don't want to, but I don't know if they would want that either. But at the same time, it's just one of those things where it's just, I never did. I never had that thought of inferiority, superiority. It was just, we were people and they were people too, and they were greater people than I was. And remain that way, I assume. I think. My family, particularly the male, are full of crazy jokes, probably where I get it from. That's awesome, though. It's a brilliant sense of humor. Have you had to work yourself out of that? Work myself out of what? Out of thinking about race, or out of being impoverished, or what? I'm sorry. I covered so much, and I've I probably missed you probably said it when I was talking about it. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So we didn't really have any stability. I'll give this story, I mean, for free, and then I'll move on to something probably more happy. But yeah, we didn't when I was young, we didn't always have a safe place to stay. We didn't always have a safe house to go to. I was a straight A student. Never, didn't make a B, didn't do any of that, maintained that. Straight A student mentality and performance for a long time, but I was in summer school every year, because it kept me out and about. It kept me in a sheltered place for a lot longer, right? It was a place where I didn't have to be unsafe, uncovered, whatever, right? And so I was always put in summer school, even though I was a straight A performer and ended up valedictorian and all these other things. I was always put in summer school for that. We lived with friends on occasion, or we lived with random other people, in some cases. Again, we didn't eat every meal. We didn't always get to eat food. If we had food, it wasn't always substantial. And if we had food, a lot of times people had to skip out on it. It was just, if we ate, somebody else didn't, kind of thing. We had a lot of that happen. And I'm the eldest of three. I have two other siblings. My baby brother's in his early 30s, and it's there are a lot of memories, a lot of sad memories that come with that, but there are a lot of good memories too. And we had a lot of help, again, from a lot of people from a lot of different walks in life, a lot of different races and cultures. Again, when you think about it, I can add that, but I didn't think about that at the time. And I graduated early, got a job early. I was a butcher's apprentice. At my very first job, I was a butcher's apprentice, and worked really hard, took another job, worked my way up, took the boss position in that job, and then from there, I constantly just traded jobs from, boss position to boss position, so on and so forth. I just kept doing that until I'm here. It was definitely hard. It was definitely a climb, but it was, and I can't say everybody's going to be equally successful, but it was definitely one of those things where I don't think there's a lot of great utility in looking back and saying, I can't be what I want because I was this. I think it's greater to say, I hate being where I am, and so I'm willing to work harder to climb out of it. If you look back and you blame where you are now on what you were before, then what you're admitting is what you are now is what you were before, just worse. So I think it's better to look back and say, what you were is the reason that you are now what you are. I think that's a better mentality. Anyway, I'm sorry. I rambled. I was just thinking. I was looking down when I was thinking about that. I wasn't looking at the chat, so I apologize. Do you guys think there is this fixation on identity nowadays? I do. Some people's whole personality is on their appearance or who they like or where they're from. I respect everyone as individuals. I agree that there is one now that people have the platform to share. Yeah, so I think that people do have a fixation on identity, but I think that people misinterpret what identity is. I think that people interpret identity as being something that you are that you tell other people. And identity isn't what you tell other people you are. Identity happens to be, sadly, what other people think you are when you aren't around. Right? I would love my identity to be, give you an example. I'd love to be identified as a polymath, right? An expert in multiple subjects. But what I am isn't going to be that if I walk away and people think I'm stupid. And probably some people do. Identity isn't what I am or what I tell people that I am. Identity is what I am when I'm not around, what people call me when I'm not around. And that's a sad thing. So we have two types of major identity. We have identity, which is the way that you are identified in the public and what people think of you. And then you also have residual self-image, is what you think of yourself. What I think of myself is what matters, and what other people think of me, it helps me gauge what I need to work on. That's all. That's all I think about. I like the idea. I like the idea of the platforms to share. I don't like to share a ton about it. I think this was important because you asked, but I don't. It's not one of the things I really want to share because the focus I don't want the focus to be on me. I want the focus to be on, again, the room and the having fun and the, But it is kind of important, I think, in some cases, to reflect and to think and sometimes a platform can be the way to do it. I'm not one of those who would want to post all of this every day or talk about the struggles of this and that and the other every day, though. I think people that use the platforms to kind of vent their grief, I think that's a different story. I think the motivation part of the platform is the important part, is to say, I did come from this and I can get out and you can. One of my favorite people when it comes to that is Noel Dazel, I think is how you say his name. I believe he's South African. He's a South African bodybuilder. And I absolutely love the guy. He's like, he does a video where he's like, I didn't have a dad when I was young, so I'm going to teach. So for those of you who also don't have a dad, I'm going to teach you how to tie a tie. I think that's such a sweet thing to do. Talks about how you can keep going. Talks about, like, he's very, I like him a lot. I really do. If you want good motivation, take a look at Noel Dazel, I don't know how to say it. I think it's Dazel, but I believe he's a South African bodybuilder, but just some of his stuff is so sweet and so supportive and so good. I think I have an accent that makes me sound stupid, genuinely. I think our residual self-images can be a good thing, but I also think that we are overly critical on ourselves, especially those of us who are conscientious. I think we're overly critical. I don't think anybody really likes the sound of their own voice except for those who are terminally speaking, right? Like you said. Oh, terminally online you used. But like the people that have to speak without there being a reason to speak are the people often who like the sound of their own voice. And I think that's frustrating. But I don't. I think your accent is nice. Honestly, if I were to give you a complete critique, and if you don't mind my doing so, I think your accent is you've got a smooth accent, and you've got an accent that's, your voice, not an accent, but your voice is very soft, generally. And I think that it gives a sense of approachability and kind of keeps everything easy. It's kind of... when you and I have talked in the past, it felt like that you just kind of ride this wave of calm. Whether you are or aren't, that's what the voice gave me. And I love that. I don't think I have that. But it was just kind of like, yeah, I'm here, I've got this, and I think it's great. I think it's really nice. I've honestly been there before. It's hard to get out of the addiction. Oh, for the terminally online? I'm lucky that I just don't care about online that much. Being online all that much. I love to listen to music and stuff, so I'm definitely plugged into electronics, but I'm much more on the MP3 player than I am, or if I'm on YouTube, I'm usually on some like 10-hour music playlist that I'm listening to in my ear. Sometimes I'll listen to news, but that's it. Great, yeah. I'm incredibly critical of myself. There's a reason my YouTube channel hasn't started. Multiple reasons, actually. I think one of the biggest critiques that we can give ourselves that's healthy, though, is the critique of being overcritical. We call it, colloquially, analysis paralysis. It's knowing that we have so many things that we could improve upon, so we become so scared that we don't move. We don't make any moves. And the problem is the rest of the world does move, and so if we fail to move, then it's almost as bad as not moving forward because we're stuck as the rest of the world does move forward. And it's something that I have struggled with in the past, where I'll try to analyze something until it just doesn't make sense anymore. But that's also attached to this principle called the reduction to the ridiculous, which is how many of the things that I analyze right now actually make sense on the day-to-day basis, and what impact will they make? And at the end of the day, I would say, just find the things that you find to be critical, or identify the things you find to be critical, and try and discard as much of the non-critical as you can, and just take that first step. And honestly, I love your stuff. If you ever want to, I'm not an expert by any stretch, right? I want to be very clear on that. But like, if you're like, hey, what do you think? Come and talk with me, and we'll talk it over. We'll hear what your critiques are. I'll tell you what my thoughts are. We'll compare. We'll workshop. I like your stuff, though. Streaming is very nice, so you don't have to edit. I like that. I like it too. I like the live interaction element. I have started working on some post-edit stuff. I've been working on writing script and recording voice lines and stuff for some reviews and some retrospectives, I'd call them. But But I do, there's a catharsis to editing, but I do like the live element. I like getting to talk with you guys kind of live, you know, as close to that as we can. My girlfriend would be like, Colm, you haven't seen him on Fight. And I haven't. I would love to see. I mean, I think that's probably a barrel of laughs, honestly. I figure you get pretty aggressive in a funny way, not in a mean way. I'm going to attempt a format of hit record and talk on, for my videos. No scripts, few edits, at least in voiceover. Gameplay will have... Yeah, that's fine. I think that's a great way to... Go back, put the footage together that you like, and then just be like, this is what I was doing. I mean, I'll watch it. You've got this off-the-cuff commentary down. Like, when we were speaking off the cuff, it took us a minute to find our rhythm when we spoke together, and then when you were doing your own stuff, you had that rhythm in spades. I think it's great, so... I'm excited. I really am. Again, I can't say it enough. I'm excited to get your new link. I'm excited to push it out and see what other people think about it, and I'm happy to talk with you on anything you want to talk on and help you with anything I can. Again, I'm not an expert. I don't know, so... I'm usually a very calm person, but video games really highlight my impatience and temper sometimes. That's fair. A lot of times when we talk about doing stuff, a lot of times when we talk about playing games or we talk about finding these, I mean, you're going to find your temper. You're going to find your impatience. I'm not going to say I'm not going to say this is a good thing. I'm pretty patient. Games don't usually frustrate me to the point of just throwing the control. Like a long time ago, I was a little bit more animated, but I still never was really a controller breaker guy. I had some friends that did that like they get so into it they'd throw the controllers when they were done, and it was like, I get it, right? But I've always been I'm pretty patient. Like if I get too frustrated with a fight, and again I said Jedi Survivor is kind of Souls-like. If I got too frustrated with it, I'd put it down, come back to it the next day. And what I usually find is you hit an apex at some point where you can't really get as good as that anymore. And so you wait, you come back the next day, and you're actually kind of starting closer to that apex. That's what at least it is for me. Like I was failing one after the other on that last fight. And I won't spoil it again for those who haven't played it, but that last fight is so hard on Jedi Knight and Jedi Master. It's just ridiculous. It's fun, but it's really hard, and it's multi-phasic. And so, the first day I played it, I was awful. The second day I played it, I was starting like kind of close to what I was doing the day before. The third day I tried it, I was closer to the top performance on 2 when I started. And then I had to take a break for work-related reasons and stuff. And I was like, okay. And I came back a week later, and I kind of had diminished a little bit. Then I played it the next day, and sure enough, there it was. There was the fight. I won. Took me, 5 play sessions over the course of 5 days. And I was finally done. And it pays off really well, too. The story pays off really well. So it was worth it. I can't remember a game taking me that long to pass since Castlevania 2's boss fight. Lords of Shadow. That boss fight's also very difficult. But okay. Well, we've been talking for about 2 hours, a little over, a couple seconds over, so I think I'm going to go ahead and move everything over. That way we can take a look at the game, talk things through, and of course we can still talk, but talk things through in the game I think might be important, or might be fun. Let's see. Oh, one of my friends reached out. Let's see what happened here. Doop-a-doop-boop-boo. Make sure everything's good. He was sending me something mimetic, so that's good. That's really fun. Okay. I do apologize, by the way. I've mentioned my new channel for a few people now who have expressed interest. Who have all expressed interest, to which I'm grateful for, but it's still a few weeks away. Life has been weird. Hey, it's all right. There's no point in rushing things. It's always good. It's good. Take the time you need. My ask or my encouragement is, don't let yourself fall into analysis paralysis where you're just so overly critical that you don't move. But take your time at the same time. Like if you do something and you're like, it just won't be any good because I need to figure this out, then do that. No rush. We're here. We're here for you when you're ready. Again, if there's anything I can do to help too, let me know. Reach out. You know how to get a hold of me. Reach out to me. Let me know. Anything I can do, I'm happy to help with. I've told you what I'll do, and you've said just let me know. I might work on some things now. See, be sure to sub to Ash. Can you link your channel? I think he's got some new stuff coming, so it's good. But anyway, it was good to get to talk with you, Fighting Max. It's always a pleasure. We'll see you soon. I hope you have a wonderful day. It doesn't exist yet, mate. Retro will know about it for sure, and I'm sure you'll find out here. Yeah, I'll have it. I'll have it as soon as I have it. As soon as I know what's going on, it'll definitely be in my stuff, and I'll probably make an announcement in the Discord too for anybody who's interested. Just because he's come out with stuff before, and I really loved it, so I'm super excited about it. If it's not in chat at the time, I mean, appreciate it. Yeah. But anyway, I hope you have a wonderful day. Have fun. Go do whatever's need to be done. It was a pleasure to get to talk with you, and I hope we'll get to talk again soon. But have a wonderful weekend, or the rest of your weekend. All right. I'm going to fade the music down. So I actually have a feed in my headphones that I think might be working. Hopefully the music faded down, where I can actually hear the music still. And what I'm hoping that will allow me to do is, I hope that will allow me to also hear the game at the same time that you guys are hearing the game, but not broadcast it at the same time. And that way I can, because I think I was getting echo because I was hearing it the same way you guys were hearing it. So I want to try and, yeah, so now I can hear the game. So we're going to see. Of course, the music is uncomfortable, but let me load this real quick. And then I will move things over, and we'll see how it sounds. Please do let me know, too. Boom. There we go. I'm going to turn my headphones down a little bit, because the music is a little shrieky. I have no talent, and I must game. You too, thank you. And I must game, Journo. Good parody for this. Yeah, that's true. I actually would be really interested to see your parody on some of this stuff. Wouldn't that be cool to come together and find a couple of games where we parody the titles as real life issues, and then it's just basically the game version. It's like some guys playing games behind the screen, and Logan Mansion Games. Hi, I just joined. What's up? Hey, how are you doing, Logan Mansion Games? Welcome in. We normally we haven't done anything just yet, really. But normally we spend at the very beginning of mine, we just spend an hour or two just talking with everybody, and so that's kind of what we've done. I've only just jumped into the game. At the moment, we're only jumped this one. We've been talking for 2, Ash. We talked for about 2 hours. I like to just kind of talk for a couple of hours before we jump in, so... but yeah, that's where we are. Yeah, I think it would be funny to have that, like, on the television, or on the computer monitor, whatever it is, and then to have, like, people coming behind it and being like, yeah... I've actually been playing this game in October as well because it's a disturbing horror game. It definitely gets into disturbing, and I'll talk when I kind of go through it again. I'm going through it a little bit more methodically. I do have a history with this game. This game, came out in '95. I played this game for the very first time in the '90s, and it was a blast. I ever since then I've really loved it. I'm a big fan of the short story. I'm a big fan of Harlan Ellison as an author. So this is really great. First played as Benny because he's the easiest chapter for me, at least. No, that's fair. Benny's chapter is pretty simple. What I've decided to do on mine is kind of go with the themes that get more and more disturbing. So Ted's is, in my opinion, the most... I think Ted's is probably the least disturbing. And I would argue Benny's might be the second least disturbing, but there are like 3 or 4 different things that kind of make it more disturbing. So Gorrister's, I think, kind of his is only really 2 major issues. So Gorrister's is this one. This is Gorrister, by the way, for anybody who doesn't know. Nimdoc, Benny, Ellen, Gorrister, and Ted's already gone. We already passed his, so he's good. So we're going to choose him.
Now, I would not want you to think for a moment that I am not a grateful God. For 109 years I've kept you...
And that's I said this before, 109 years is actually relevant in this case because it's said in Buddhism that 108 temptations are what you suffer. So basically, every temptation, they've been given a temptation every year by Am's morphogenic whatever capabilities, and they're still being tortured.
Hellhole did that godless machine put me in this time?
Okay, Gorrister has the coolest voice of all of them, just so you know.
Shit, but the floor is too steady. Probably wants me to jump overboard. And into what? A sea of razor blades? Painful, but not deadly.
Yeah, Gorrister's kind of cool. So I feel like Gorrister, this was said in another group playthrough before this, Gorrister kind of feels more like the main character of this one a little bit, just because of how he kind of holds this anti-hero thing. But in the book, the main guy is Ted. I was born in 2002, so I didn't play this game in the night. Yeah, so I'm a little bit, I say I'm a little bit older, but I'm quite a bit older, so yeah. I just finished Nimdok's chapter. Well, yeah, German flag, definitely. And I'm going to play as Ellen next. Hers is an uncomfortable chapter, too, for sure. So I think Gorrister, I'm going to... if you think that is... I don't want to say your opinion's wrong. I disagree slightly. I think Gorrister's is the second best. I personally love Harlan Ellison's Am. I think because the guy that voices Am is Harlan Ellison, the man that wrote the story. The story originally, I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, came out in the late 60s, 67 I think. It's a short story. And then he was brought back and he kind of wrote this game, or helped to write this game rather. And he voiced Am, and I love the way he voices Am. So I think Gorrister's the second best to Am. If you like Gorrister better, of course, then that works famously too. I forgot to tell you, I started writing again. I've been writing. You've got to share some of that too. Well, you don't have to, but if you want to, I'd love to see some of it. I'd love to see you share some of that. So this one is probably one of the more convoluted chapters, I would say, if I remember this correctly. I actually have this game on my phone as well. And so I kind of use it for practice a little bit because some of this gets to be a little esoteric, but I remember this one pretty well. This is one of my favorites. And this also, Gorrister's theme also is one of my favorites in the game. This isn't quite Gorrister. This is part of Gorrister's theme. This isn't my... So again, if we look at the psych profile, the background determines how well we do this. It goes from black to green to light green to white if you do it perfectly. I don't know if I'll do it perfectly, but I'll try. If you get all white backgrounds, is the best ending. If you don't get all white backgrounds, you can get the second to best ending, or you can get the two worst endings. It just depends. Ellison voiced Am because he wanted it to sound like how he pictured. Oh yeah, and he does such a great job. Like that line, and the way that he says the names of the characters. My favorite is Benny. It's just Benny, and he's just got this like. It's just he sounds like he hates them, and I love that. Now, sadly, Ellison passed away a few years ago, but I loved his. He did another one called. Repent, Harlequin, said the TikTok man, and I mean, his stuff was awesome. So really fun. I'd say Ellen and Imdocs are the most disturbing, and not just because of the Angel of Death. The Angel of Death himself is in one of them. I agree completely. Well, and we'll talk about that when we get to that chapter, because you better believe Nimdocs is going to be last. I think his is the most disturbing chapter for a lot of people. But Ellen's, especially if you pick up on what actually happened to her, they do spell it out twice. But if you pick up on it, it's bad. He seems to hate Benny the most. He does. He definitely hates Benny the most, but he shouldn't. He technically should hate Ellen the most, right? Because Ellen's kind of the best of them. Benny's actually an awful person. Ted's actually not a good guy either. Nimdok is terrible. Gorrister's, he's okay. We'll get into that, but Ellen is actually the one that just kind of had something happen rather than be the perpetrator of that. So he should hate her the most, but he doesn't. He does seem to hate Benny the most. Okay, so really, we said Sloth. I said Sloth is the reason for this one. This is a refusal of life. Gorrister, we're going to talk a little bit about it, but Gorrister has a desire that the others don't share with him. So I won't say what that is just yet, but we'll also show you he has a physical defect. I need to look at it, sorry.
This hole in my chest aches like a son of a bitch.
So he's actually missing his heart. He's got a hole in his chest. And he's stuck in an electrified cage, which isn't super pertinent just yet. The game sounds like Mega Drive so much. Yeah, it does, definitely. So we're going to take the note here.
Someone must have slipped this under the door. It says, I'm a friend. Trust is essential. Never do what Am expects and always expect more than what seems possible. Am is playing a dangerous game here. Not just dangerous to you, but dangerous to himself as well. Hey, it disappeared. What kind of game is Am playing this time?
Okay, and again, this is an older game, so it does have some stutter and such. That's, I don't know why, but I'm playing the GOG version of it. It just has some stutter. I'm not sure. Title of the book is The Unreliable Narrator because he gets things wrong about other humans, and he claims to be the only one who hasn't changed yet. He's the one who has high anxiety. Exactly. Ellen is probably the most innocent out of the 5. Yeah, she easily is the most innocent out of the 5, and it's a very sad story. So we're going to
I've never seen anything
come out here.
all the years Am's toyed with us.
So I can obviously tell you a couple of I could tell you a couple of things you can do. I mean, you can touch these electrodes and they'll these nodes, and they will shock you. Touch them, I think, 3 times, and they will kill you. And you have to start the thing over. We'll go. You can go either way, but we'll go this way.
My stomach's growling.
So he's hungry. But let's use these doors.
Where's the crew? I'm all alone here.
If I remember correctly, I need to be able to take this. No, not the bunk. No, not the...
A gun. It's heavy. Heavier than it ought to be.
Okay, so we now have a gun. That's going to be important. Let's take a look at the bunk, too.
Real hospitable of you, Am. Threadbare, cockroach-infested, grease-stained accommodations.
I could see. Let's see. I could see this being a game like that Night Dive could re-release, or maybe limited run. I wish they would. I would really like that. Yeah, they could do it. I would much rather Night Dive do it than limited run. But either way, it's a really good game.
Like the rest of this cesspool.
Okay, so we've got our bunk, and we picked up our gun. Take a look around real quick. I gotta remember. I have to try as best as I can to remember. I know what I need to get. I don't remember where all of it needs to come from yet, so... Use. Get in here.
Someone sure trashed this place.
Okay, so I know...
One hell of a fight.
I'm gonna take a look because this goes a little bit deeper, so I'm gonna walk out real quick and take a look at the other rooms first.
My stomach's growling.
Okay, he's gonna keep telling us he's hungry, but I'm not gonna give him anything. You can. There is something you can give him, but I think it's worse. Okay. I think it's worse not to do it. Or I think it's worse to do it than it is not to.
Where's the crew? I'm all alone here.
And you can see he's got like these little... I mean, you can see all the stuff that they're... There we go. Take this guy. Yeah, I would love to see this game done again. I would love to see it done again. I'm playing the GOG version, and the GOG version is really good. I gotta remember where the door is. It's over here, isn't it? Yeah. I would love them to redo it. It's just difficult. This is a traditional point and click. Bear in mind, I do use a trackball mouse, which is I know a little wonky, but on top of it, it doesn't. GOG is good, right? But it also plays a little weird.
All the cabins are alike.
It also plays a little weird. It's a little weird, so. Okay. I'll take this sheet. There we go. This is one of almost Sierra levels of esotericism because you do kind of have to be like, eh. Okay, so now we're going to go back and take a look at that punch bowl. How much does GOG have available? A lot. They have a lot available. I mean, I don't know if they have as many as Steam, but they're pretty close. When it comes to retro, they definitely are. I think they dominate when it comes to retro. They have so many more retro games available, King's Quest and Space Quest and all that. But again, DRM free. So I bought the Space Quest, all my Space Quest bundles and all my King's Quest bundles on GOG because they launch as a separate application, and that's really, really cool. Instead of having to use the client. Okay, so I got to remember, one of these was the kitchen. Was it this one? Was it this one? I think it was this one. So we're going to do that. I can't remember which one, not the kitchen, the dining area. Yeah. So we want to take a look at the...
Someone wiped their bloody hands here.
We're going to take a look at this bowl of punch.
This punch smells like gasoline.
You can drink this. And because it smells like gasoline, I'm sure you can guess what it is. And probably not a good idea. Oh, see, there's a vomit stain, so probably not a good idea to drink it. Matter of fact, if you do drink it, it will kill you. Let's look at that.
Vomit
Yeah.
stains near the punch bowl.
Yeah, I would recommend. Again, I like GOG. I'm not their spokesperson. I don't get paid for it or anything like that. I like GOG, and I've been using them for a long time. And I think if you are interested at all at video games for the PC, especially retro, I recommend GOG all the way, more than Steam. Best to worst, 5 How Innocent They Are, Ellen, Gorrister, Ted, Benny, and Nimdoc. Yeah, that's probably fair. I think Gorrister and Ted could be flip-flopped because Ted's greatest sin was being a socialite, a false socialite, and Gorrister actually does, which again, I'm not spoiling anything, but I think Gorrister actually does do some bad stuff. I'd like to offer Am some punch if you catch my drift. Yeah, no, I'm with you there. I would say Ted's biggest thing is he was a socialite, so he's kind of manipulative, but he's in a social setting, whereas, and he's kind of narcissistic, but in a weird way. Whereas Gorrister did actually, I think the thing that makes Gorrister seem more innocent to me though is that he is truly repentant of what he does. But I think of the sins he committed, it could be, Gorrister's the one I will say Gorrister's the one I like the most out of them though. Okay, so we've looked at let's look at the debris.
This junk looks like it was knocked over in the fight.
So we kind of have a picture.
God knows what else.
We kind of have a picture of what happened here. Somebody had a fight. Looks like somebody was probably poisoned, vomit. So let's go ahead and... We don't know who it was, but we know it happened. We'll see if we can find them. Oh, I have to use the door. There we go.
Stinks in here.
Here's the kitchen. Alright, so... This is really where things get difficult because I remember, or would be difficult for new players. I can tell you right now, when the very first time I played this, I did not see that fork poking out. But obviously, I have played this before for many decades now, and I know that's there. We've got that, and we've also got this beautiful knife, which is going to come in handy for steering our vehicle. Harlan Ellison is on the box art of the game. Yeah, with the I didn't use that because everybody I think uses that with his mouth covered with the like he has no mouth. It's got the tech covering his mouth, which I think is good. And but I didn't use that. I made my own thumbnail because I think everybody uses that one, and it's great. But I didn't want it to be like everybody else's, so I thought that the Tower of Am was kind of cool. Gorrister, at least. No, yeah, you're exactly right. I agree with you there. Yeah, Ash, to your point, just for free, go check out GOG and sign up to the, I recommend this. I recommend signing up to the newsletter because they will, every couple of months, they'll just give you a free game. Just cause. And they're good free games too, but they'll just send you an email saying, hey, here's your free game. And then you just click redeem and it sends it to your library. I mean, it's an easy way to get free games. I think you should probably do the same thing with Epic Games too, because I think they do the same thing. Just don't know when you can claim it. You don't even have to have a PC to claim them, though. You can do it on your cell phone, and then you can log in when you get a PC, and it'll still give you the games. GOG and Epic Games both, I think, seem to do that. So I'd recommend it. I might change my thumbnail for my first I Have No Mouth and I'm a Scream video. Oh, nice. Very nice. I wasn't trying to critique anybody who uses that one. It's just I wanted to make like this thumbnail I made, it didn't take very long. It's basically the pit of Am, the stomach basically, with the tower, his tower of hate, and then it's the 5 in front, and then it's my logo is the inside of the belly of the tower of Am. I mean the inside of the belly of Am, not the tower. So if you look at really closely on the thumbnail, my logo is on the wall, all of the walls behind them. We'll look at a couple of things else to get this. There's a piece of bread over here.
Friggin' rats swarming all over the food.
So you can actually eat the bread. It's covered in rat droppings, but I'm not going to. There's no need to. It's just kind of one of those things where it's like I think he says, if I remember it correctly, if he eats it, he says I'm no longer hungry, but I still feel empty inside. So basically, the point is he stooped down to eating food with rat droppings in it, and I'm like, nah, I don't care. So I'm not going to do that to him.
Looks like a gas oven.
I'd rather him feel fulfilled and hungry than full and empty. So I walk over here. Yeah, I'll take it though, just in case. I don't think I have to take it, but I'll take it. I don't remember if I have to take it to get the best ending or not. I'll take it, but I can't remember. No, not the rats, the bread.
Those damn rats would rip the flesh right off my hands if I tried to take the bread.
Oh yeah, I do know I have to do this. I have to threaten them with the knife.
Scared them away.
Yeah. And then I don't remember if I have to eat the bread, but I'll at least take it in case I need to. But you can see it has rat droppings in it. The hate pillar? Yeah, so the very first speech that Am gives in the game about how much he hates humanity and how it's so how if every word was printed in a nano-angstrom size, on which nano-angstrom is a fictitious unit of measurement. Nano is tiny and angstroms are tiny. But anyway, it was basically that whole speech is on that pillar. So I call it it's the Am pillar, or the hate pillar. But yes, you're right. I might change mine. I might change it because I did use the game's box art for the thumbnail as well as the game's official trailer. That's fair. I don't want mine to get mixed up with the plus. I prefer having a more unique thumbnail from other people. No, that's fair. I mean, please do. I just kind of like to do that. I like to have mine hidden I like to have my logo hidden around, and yeah. Am doesn't trick him into it. It's kind of a power play. Am's like, you know what? I'll give you what I want, but I'll do it at the expense of this for you. It doesn't do anything. I'll eat it. I'll show you.
I'm no longer hungry, but I still feel empty.
Okay.
With me.
It does. I know it doesn't hurt my thing, but Am is the biggest hater in all of fiction. Yeah, he definitely is. He's one of the most. He's one of the worst. I can say that for sure. Okay, so now let's come around and take a look at. There's a door over here. Oh, nope. Is it not going to let me? Can I just walk? There we go.
What a stench. It smells like piss, rotting meat.
So this is a pretty messed up part too, and this can make you feel really awful, but you can, so in these, let's see if he'll tell us.
These poor creatures' brains are feeding electricity to the engines.
So there's this lever on right here. If I pull this lever, it's going to put this into overdrive, basically, fill this bottle with a milky fluid, and then it'll give me a key, but it'll kill all of the animals. And the key that it gives you, I'm going to pick it up, but it doesn't do anything. Really quickly, I'm not going to kill the animals to get it, though. I'm just going to... I don't think I have to. I think I can... No, it's over here. Let me look at the engine real quick. I have to remember exactly how this goes.
ruggedly built as it first looked. There's some loose wires hanging out.
Okay, so we're gonna ruin the loose wires really quickly with
The metal in the fork short-circuited the engine wiring.
There we go. So now we have these creatures over here, and they're tied to engines that doesn't matter.
Brain implants were released when the engine shut down. At least they're no longer suffering.
So now I should be able to pull. No, I guess push the lever. No, use the lever. Can I use the lever?
Nothing's happening.
And that's okay. It doesn't do anything. But now I can take this milky fluid and it doesn't hurt them. If you if you use that lever before, it'll kill them. And you'll feel awful about it. I believe it actually does hurt your sanity. Okay. I do remember I need to I believe I need to do this with this.
These two sheets make a halfway decent rope.
Yep, I remember I need that rope. I'm pretty sure that's where I have to go next. In fact, I could be wrong. Boop. This part right here is a little messed up too when we get to that. We're not there yet, but it's a little, again, there are some little bits and pieces that I am trying to remember because I remember this one having being a little bit specific on what you have to do in order, so I may not get this completely correct. I'm going to try to, but I may not. I don't think I can open this yet. I'm pretty sure I'm too high up, so I believe I have to steer. Let's go. You can do some moonwalk. Yeah, there we go.
Great bags of gas. I must be inside an airship.
Yeah, luckily they didn't play that in like an Ellen chapter, right? It's better that it be in Gorrister's. Or, it's better they didn't play it in Ellen or Ted's, right? It's better that they play it in. Every time you drink this, also, it hurts your sanity. So, same thing. You read the psych profile, it hurts your sanity. Or if you drink the milky fluid, it also hurts your sanity. So, don't do that. Alright, so these are how we're going to steer, but I believe before we can steer, I know we have to do it while we're up in the air. This is one of the things that caught me, because if this is silly, and I'll explain it. I believe I can use this knife with this.
I've ripped a new hole.
Congratulations. Alright, so we're going to walk out. This is... Do I have to use the tear? I can never remember. Okay.
Got it now. Am has put me on an iron zeppelin.
Yes.
Why would he give me a chance to escape?
He's not giving you a chance to... So you can't be... This is the weird thing. You have to be... In order to get this, you can land the zeppelin, but you can't get your heart. This is what this is right here. You can't actually get your heart if you land the zeppelin. You have to do it while you're up in the air. I don't know why, but that's what you have to do. I believe I can... I believe I can go ahead and use this rope I just made with this mooring ring. And then I believe I can now get my heart. Oh, maybe take. There we go. Again, you can land the zeppelin. I'm going to do it in a minute, but it makes you not... It makes you not do it unless you've...
Part of mine doesn't beat anymore.
Yeah. It makes you not do it, and so anyway, I'm going to get my rope back. Rope, please. Yeah. There we go. Oh, see, look, I'm happy. So I've gotten a little bit of green, and I'm smiling. We'll walk back inside now. Again, we have a little bit more... This one's like a little bit more confusing. I have to remember... I know I need to start using the knife. Whoops. Yeah, knife with... And I've got to start cutting some airbags.
Gas is rushing out.
And I'm going to try not to die. You know what? I'm going to save it because I will save this. New save game. Save. I'm going to save it as Gorrister landing Zeppelin. We'll say Zepp, I guess, because that's all you can fit. If you don't do it just right, continue playing. If you don't do it just right, you'll just crash, and I'd have to do all that stuff I've done already over again. So I'm gonna use knife. We're not there yet. I've got to do one more.
Something feels different.
Okay, we should be losing altitude. Is it? It's 2 or 3. Let me see. We'll walk to this. I think it's 3 I need.
We've landed, but where?
Nope, it's 2. Okay, good. I was like, okay, I need to figure this out. If you cut too many, you'll just crash. If you don't cut enough, you just stay in the air, and you have to get down to do this. So let's use this hatch. And now we can use the
Honky tonk with my name on it.
So this is kind of a remnant of Gorrister's old life. This looks like this would be the entrance, but this is actually the entrance. So we'll use the front door.
Dark and grubby, but somehow familiar.
Okay, and we've got this nice little jukebox. We've got some alcohol, the restroom, and the back door. Sorry, gotta get a drink real quick. I'm going to go ahead and take this whiskey. I changed my thumbnail to the mutant boy's brother, mutant boy's mother holding out the black oof, the lottery marble. Yes, I honestly prefer that one. It's the most unique. Plus, it makes viewers think, "What's this game? I'll check it out." Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Oh yeah, no, you said the marble. I know you're talking about the lottery marble. Again, I love this game. I think this is a great game. It's a little wonky on my. It's running a little wonky on my system. I don't know if that's because the processor's too much for it or what. But anyway, I love this game. So I think that's a really good thumbnail idea, and that's a really good shot too. That's a really good shot. So okay, I'm going to take the whiskey, and I'm going to. I think that's all I can take right now, if I'm not mistaken. I do know I need to use the jukebox, but I'm going to pick up some other stuff first before I do. Well, I use the jukebox. Okay. And we have these two, let's do, this one.
You don't ever take me dancing.
That's what Glennis said the night we fought. Oh God, why'd I have to hit her? I'd rather kill myself than hurt my poor Glennis.
Okay, so now we can see that Gorrister has done something awful in the form of domestic abuse. But he did it under the influence of alcohol. Just to throw that there. Now, it doesn't make things better, but you can see he's actually incredibly remorseful for it. You can also listen to... I think you can listen to all of these. This one will actually hurt your sanity. I know that. This one right here, I believe, is just a random guy going do or something like that. But we can listen to this one as well.
He took my baby away, then just about killed her, that stupid truck driver. He took my baby away.
That shrill voice can only belong to that bitch Edna. She always blamed me for Glennis being put into an insane asylum. Why not? It was my fault, wasn't it?
And that's really sad too, because he feels like that the domestic issue that they had was the reason that his wife ended up in an insane asylum. Again, this is all an emulation, but 109 years ago, that's apparently what happened. I watched Beetlejuice 2 again last night. It was a good movie, but I thought the first one was better. Michael Keaton was still good as... Don't say his name 3 times. Yeah, that's classic. The mother-in-law hates... Yeah, that's true. Which I'm very lucky. I've gotten along very well with... I get along very well with my in-laws, and I'm very happy about that. I think my in-laws are great, so... if they happen to see this, and I know sometimes they do pop in, I love you guys, but yeah, I'm very, very lucky. I've got great in-laws. I thought the second one was actually a lot of fun too. I watched it with my wife, and Yeah, thought it was really, really fun. Thought it was. I agree with you. I think the first one's better, but I think I think this one was really fun. It had a lot of kind of. It didn't really kind of go anywhere with some of the stuff, right? I don't want to spoil anything because it is new. There's a couple of things that didn't really go anywhere, but I thought it was good. I think it was really good. So I also like that you threw the reference in for the don't say his name 3 times. That's nice. Yeah, he did. Michael Keaton did really well. He didn't lose his touch at all. I mean, considering that it's been 30 some odd years since he did it last. Getting closer to 40 years since he did it last. He did so well. There were too many new characters that didn't stay for very long. I agree. I think they did a really good job on keeping the mystery of Mr. Dietz. All that kind of good stuff. But for good reason, the real life actor had its issue. But yeah. Also, of course, yeah. No, that's fun. I think it's great. I think that I agree with you wholeheartedly. Though that too many characters didn't stay very long. They just didn't realize all of it, and I think that was the worst part. But anyway, it was really cool. I did like it. Okay. Anyway, so now I've listened to this. I need to go outside here. We'll meet our puppy friend. He's a jackal.
You've seen better days. So has the big machine, for that matter.
So we have a little talking jackal friend. Yeah, that's what it was. I was going to say, I know that there was something over here I need to take. I couldn't remember what it was. It's the shovel.
Be careful where you use that, Gorrister.
Okay. I'm still going to take it, though.
Where all the bodies are buried.
Okay, that's fine, but I'm going to do what I need to with it, and you leave me alone. I don't think this is the time to talk with the jackal just yet. We can see his eyes are glowing, so he's definitely something wonky going on. We can't just wander off out here either. I've tried that. Not use the ground. Okay, it's not going to let me do it. So we're not to that point yet. I have to remember what order to do things in, so we're just going to go back in the back door.
That's Edna's husband, Harry.
Oh, hey, Harry. I knew we were going to talk to him. I didn't realize it was going to happen yet. I didn't have a Beetlejuice shirt when I watched it, but I did wear a green hoodie and a Batman t-shirt because Keaton also played Batman in the Tim Burton movies. Yeah, that's true. No, I think that was a really good. I think it's a really good thing to do. Keaton's Batman is great. I still think Keaton's Batman and okay, with the exception of Mark Hamill, I like the Jack Nicholson Joker really a lot. I mean, Heath Ledger did a great job, but I really, really like it. Kevin Conroy is my favorite Batman. Yeah, and again, Mark Hamill is my favorite Joker. But if we were going to live action, I'd pick Keaton and Nicholson. But I get it. The tone of those two movies are amazing. I love the like gothic architecture and how they kind of pulled stuff from the cartoon to feel like from the animated series. They pulled stuff from the movies into the animated series is what I'm trying to say. And then whenever the animated series was already going, the Batman movies of that era didn't shy away from it, you know? Danny DeVito was also good as a Penguin. Yes, he was. And I think they've started doing the new stuff with Colin Farrell, and he's done a really good job too. So, but I agree with you. Robert Pattinson's Batman was good too, though. It was good. I think that movie was really good, but I think they keep trying to get edgier and try to go and lean into the realism of it. I'd really like them to lean. I kind of like I liked. This is not one of the greater ones, right? This was with Val Kilmer, but I liked the wackiness of Jim Carrey's Riddler, and I wish they would go back into that, but I know who did great. The guy in Arkham Origins. He was unfair. No, he did great. Yeah, due to people expecting Conroy. No, he did. I think he did really well. Arkham Origins is still a really great game. I don't hold the voice actor. I don't hold the voice actor at fault at all for that. I completely agree with you there. I played through Arkham Origins on the Wii U, so there you go. There's my Wii U plug for the thing. But I thought he did great. Voiced Batman in Arkham Origins and Arkham Origins Blackgate. He also voiced Sonic the Hedgehog and Captain America. That's pretty cool. I didn't know that. I knew about Origins and Blackgate. I did not know about Sonic the Hedgehog and Captain America. That's pretty cool. That's really cool, actually. But yeah, he did great. I think he did really well. Okay, so we need to talk to Harry. Harry is an alcoholic, so one thing that you would get frustrated about if you didn't know it is he won't talk to you unless you...
Whiskey tastes good.
No. Dang it.
Never let us have this.
Son of a gun. I don't know if that hurts my but that's not what I wanted. I wanted to here. Talk to Harry. I hope that didn't hurt my you're not supposed to drink. I hope that didn't hurt my thing.
Harry, how did you...
So he'll only say...
You know, it's a big place, the desert. Got lost in it myself.
Yeah, he'll only say these things. So I'm going to talk to him. Let me pour him a drink.
Pour you a drink.
That's what I was trying to do. I forgot you had to do it in the conversation.
Harry, how did you get here?
The Zeppelin, Gorrister. We came on the Zeppelin.
Except for Harry, I've never heard somebody say Zeppelin. Yeah, anyway.
What do you know about the Zeppelin?
You'll have to talk to Edna. She knows...
You see, he takes a drink before each one. So when his glass is empty, I think you get two... I think you get 2 out of every conversation. Let me see.
What happened in the dining room?
I shouldn't have let her force me...
Yeah, 3. 3 out of every... Okay, I'm going to go and pour him a drink. Refill his glass. I like the Arkham Origins version of Anarchy. Yeah, it was pretty good. Probably your favorite version of the character. I think it was. I think they did a really good job with it. Arkham Origins was my first Batman Arkham game because I wanted to play something for Christmas, which is a good Christmas game too. In all honesty, all things considered. My first was Asylum, of course, because why not? I actually was. Fun fact about the Arkham games, I actually was during the Arkham City release. I actually got to go up and was part of a thing with Mark Hamill. He was doing a competition where they were going to release a limited edition or a custom Batman Arkham City Xbox 360. This is 2011, and they were going to release it for this competition or whatever. But anyway, I had the opportunity to hang around and get to talk with Mark Hamill, and that was really fun. And he was really nice. And I got to meet a lot of really big names that year. I met Barry Sanders from football playing, T.C. Carson from God of War fame. I talked earlier about talking with Todd McFarlane about Spawn. And Venom. That was cool. I've met Hulk Hogan. So I've gotten to meet a lot of great people. I worked in an industry that afforded me a lot of opportunity to do that. It was really fun. So, let's see. I'm actually dressing up as Batman for Halloween this year. More like Batmansion, Bat NB. Oh, cool. I'm currently on Arkham City. Arkham City is great. I think Arkham City's got the best music, and I think it's probably the best overall game, although Arkham Asylum is my favorite. Wait, you met Mark Hamill? That's so cool. I got to meet and talk with him and did some cool stuff. He was really nice. He was really neat. You need to tell me about your meeting with Hulk Hogan at one point. One thing I will tell you for Hulk Hogan was I didn't realize how big that guy was. And I was at this event. I was dealing with some stuff. And I'm not a super tall guy. I'm average, right, in terms of height. And I was thinking Hulk Hogan was, thinking, not knowing any fact about him. I thought he was just, he's like 6'3", 6'4". He's like 6'6". He's huge. So I went up, I shook his hand. I was like, hey, good to meet you. And kind of, we talked. And he's just massive. He's just this giant. He was really nice. He was incredibly nice, very well spoken, very soft spoken, actually, considering his, he's got this really deep voice, but anyway, he was great. He was really nice. He was a super, super nice guy, in fact. So, again, I can't speak on anything outside of that, but I got to meet him, shake hands with him. He was awesome. He was great. I met him, and I met the Miz was the other wrestler I had met. Different year, different time, different event, but yeah, he's a huge man. Yeah, he's huge still, but he was super nice. Again, this was early 2010s, so. This is, take another 15 years away or so. 14, 15 years, himself commented on the impression on my impression of Rockstar Foxy from Five Nights from Freddy video that I made for International Talk Like a Pirate Day, the voice actor. That's really cool. That's really, really neat. I don't have anything like I don't have any accolade like that where somebody's actually complimented me. I had to meet him. I got to meet him for business, and it was really cool. But I've never had somebody where they've been like, "Yeah, you sound awesome." It's never been anything like that. So. All right. That's neat. That's also a testament to it. I have to take a look. If you have that impression up, I have to take a look at that. Okay. So, anyway, we're talking to Harry. I don't know. I may have screwed myself out of the white background inning by drinking the whiskey. I didn't mean to. I was trying to pour him a glass, but I forgot you do it in the conversation here. So.
Who did you kill? Didn't look at the wreckage in the dining room too closely, did you? Or haven't you had to take a leak yet?
Okay. So he's suggesting I go to the restroom, but I'm not going to do that just yet. I'm going to ask more questions.
Just where is my dear mother-in-law?
I don't know. Good God, I can't stand the sight of her anymore. Can you imagine being kept alive for 109 years just to hear her carping?
And I also feel bad for Harry because Harry does an awful thing, and we'll learn more about that in a second as well. But specifics about that. But it's also he's also genuinely remorseful for it. And I don't think this is the real Harry. I think this is a manifestation. But
whose heart was impaled on the Zeppelin spike?
Looks like there's a thunderstorm on the horizon.
Oh, see, okay, so I got to pour him another drink.
Let me pour you a drink. Whose heart was impaled on the Zeppelin spike?
Why, yours, of course. How'd you think we got here?
So it's very on the nose, and then, well, he's asked these two, he says these two, so I'm going to ask him.
What's this about a thunderstorm?
You know, it's a big place, the desert.
So now I can only get one answer out of him per drink.
Let me pour you a drink. What do you know about the desert?
Looks like there's a thunderstorm on the horizon.
Oh, I can't even do that anymore. Okay, we'll talk to him later.
See you later.
So he asked us if we had to take a leak. Obviously, that's asking us if we want to use the restroom.
Cracked linoleum, broken fixtures, disgusting.
But we have something in the urinal here, which we can take. Boop, and it's a magnifying glass. And then the logic of this game doesn't make a lot of sense, but it kind of does. So we actually have to use this to do something we already did. I think I have to use the ladder. It's crazy how the same guy who played Luke Skywalker in Star Wars also voiced the Joker in BTAS. Yeah, I agree. It was one of those things where, he was Luke Skywalker first. I was a big fan when 4, 5, and 6 had come out. 1, 2, and 3 weren't a thing, right? 4, 5, and 6 were out. I love those. And then it wasn't until the early 90s when they started doing the Batman stuff, they did the Joker, and I didn't even recognize him. I didn't realize that. I put it together because he had done some stuff later on with the Trickster in the Flash parodies and whatever, and then I kind of put 2 and 2 together, but it took me forever to figure out that was even him. So we're going to go back into the kitchen. Okay, what did I say it was? This one? We need to take a look at this stuff now with the magnifying glass is what we have to do. Where did my... There it is. We got to use this with the tablecloth.
These handprints must have gutted someone for there to be so much blood.
Yeah, as far as Star Wars go, that's a thing I know a thing or two about. I've been a Star Wars fan for a long time. I love Star Wars.
Do with these.
Okay, well, I need you to use this on the debris. There we go.
Here's some hair that was pulled out during the fight. It's the same color as mine. And here's some that matches Harry's. Now I understand what happened here.
So now we know that we were the ones that tussled with Harry, and that it was probably after we were weakened by having ingested poison that he decided to do that, and that we probably got killed right there by Harry. My mom was surprised to find out that Hamill voiced the Clown Prince of Crime. I like Troy Baker's too. Yeah, Troy Baker's was really a good... he definitely tried to be Mark Hamill, but he did it very well. Troy Baker's really good voice actor, though. I love Star Wars. I'd say it's my favorite one is Revenge of the Sith, which was the first Star Wars film I saw in theaters. It is not Rise of Skywalker. No, my favorite one is Empire Strikes Back. Yeah, Revenge of the Sith is not the first one I saw in theaters. I've seen most of them in theaters and at one time or another. Including 7, 8, and 9, which I don't really like. I saw 1, 2, and 3 in the theaters, and I've seen 5 and 6 in the theaters as well. I think the only one I've not seen in a theater is 4. So, Baker was a good younger Joker. Yeah, he was. I actually have the statue that came with him in on my little setup here. Rise of Skywalker was the last one I watched in theaters. Yeah, I think that's the same for me. But I think it was the last Star Wars movie to come to theaters too. 1 through 3 are better than 7 through 9. I completely agree with. I love 1. I think 2 is pretty bad, but I don't think 2 is as bad as 7 through 9. 1 and 3 are great, and I think 3 is probably one of the better ones, you know. I gotta go now. I gotta eat lunch and play Ellen's chapter, and I have no mouth and I must scream. I like the stream, by the way. Well, welcome in, and I appreciate you for talking with me. It was a pleasure. I hope you have a great day, a great meal, a great time playing, and hopefully you have a wonderful weekend. But it was a pleasure. Thank you. Okay. Oh, I forgot to do something. Dang it. I need to go back up this ladder. Well, now you're stuck with me. Don't get too annoyed. Oh, never. You kidding me? Not a bad thing at all. So anyway, Mortal Kombat. I'd happily do that. I believe I actually have to use the tablecloth.
My hands are dry.
Wait a minute. I know I'm supposed to be able to. I'm supposed to be able to clean my hands. Why am I not able to?
My hands are dry. There's nothing useful here.
What did I do? I need to be able to clean. Oh, I know what it is. I remember. I didn't. The only reason I have to do this is I remember it's going to help me get the white background, but it's really, again, it's really weird. We'll go to the stairs. No, that's not it. I need to go to the engine room. Speaking of Mortal Kombat, the latest DLC, absolutely terrible. I didn't buy it. I watched the story on YouTube because I refuse to support what they've turned the franchise. Yeah, I don't know why they did that either. It's really silly. The bloody key is what I need. I don't know why they decided to do that when they have such cool lore.
But the blood of these poor creatures is on my hands.
Okay, so this is what I needed to do. Is I forgot I had to take the bloody key. Doesn't do anything, but I didn't actually hurt them. They were actually, I think they're alive and resting.
The animal's brain implants were released when the engine shut down.
Yeah, they're alive.
At least they're no longer suffering.
Okay, you can actually take the bloody key and it just kills them, but I didn't do that. But now I've got the blood on my hands, and I have to wipe it. That symbolism is what's important. I've washed my hands of the past, right? So
I've washed my hands of the past.
Yep. See, there we go. I remember the lines better than I remember the way you're supposed to do things. I genuinely believe I could fix MK. I know it sounds like the fans think he knows better, but I do. I'll do it for free. This area has some cool atmosphere. It does. I don't disagree. I do think a lot of times that it's. I do think a lot of times that passionate fans are able to make properties better. Like I feel like I could do better Star Wars, but. I think a lot. I don't think that's the idea. I think the idea is to Star Wars. I don't know about Mortal Kombat, but I think the idea with Star Wars is to agendize it, and I think that that's problematic, you know. But I think that's what happens. I think they try to agendize it. Okay, so we've got Harry again. There are a lot of things we can do here. We can be really awful, and we could go ahead and take the knife to Harry, but we're not going to do that. Let's go outside the back door. We're going to try to do this the best possible way we can. So I'm going to talk to... and I'm going to see what he has to say.
What are you?
I'm man's best friend.
This music, man, makes me want to buy a Mega Drive. I recommend listening to Gorrister's theme. It's really a good theme. It really is. The Cyrax and Sector situation is so lazy. I haven't even seen what's going on with them. But to be fair, Cyrax and Sector were never my favorite either.
No. What are you really?
Let me answer with a riddle. Today I saw a Chinaman. Now what do you suppose that means?
Okay, so that actually, this what he said actually does make sense. It's actually a thing. Okay.
You're Am, playing with my mind again.
No, but I do have an in with the big machine. He and I are like brothers.
Everybody keeps telling us that they have an in with Am, but nobody ever does.
Why can't you give me a straight answer?
Like so many others down here, I'm cursed to speak in riddles. We all have our curses to bear. Eh, Gorrister?
Yeah? What's my curse?
After 109 years in the belly of the beast, I
have to be careful because I can never remember what will actually hurt my sanity, which is that green in the background.
Look, I'm getting tired of your smart mouth.
Come, Gorrister. Forgive and forget.
Yeah, but you're annoying.
Where do you come from?
Here, there, everywhere.
So you must know what lies across the mountains.
Freedom for some. If they're cut out for it, it's a long journey across the desert.
So I can't cross this automatically. Why is the dog talking? Why'd you put my Pepsi? Nothing at all. The whole thing is messed up because of
That doesn't look
like anything can talk because the whole thing is Am's manifestation. The idea is that these are all creatures that are made by Am in the belly of Am.
Out there, and don't expect me to be a good doggy and tag along.
Okay.
What do you want?
I have a craving for something scrumptious, a human heart, perhaps. Yours.
I am not gonna give you my heart.
No? Too bad. I was going to tell you how to get across the...
Have you played Dante's Inferno? I have. I have played Dante's Inferno. And that game is pretty messed up. I wouldn't mind playing it, but it's got so much stuff that would have to be censored just because of how outlandishly insane some of those... That boss fight against Cleopatra and Mark Antony, for example, that is a messed up looking boss.
Tell me how to get across the mountains.
I'm hungry. Perhaps a taste of your heart will put me in a more cooperative mood.
So I am going to go ahead and give him my heart just for now, because that's the only way I can get the answer. But I'll exchange a heart with him.
I think I'll save this delicacy for later. You want to get across the mountains? Go to the restroom and flush 3 times.
See, the logic is really weird. So
I've got nothing more to say to you.
I'm happy. I did good. But I'm going to want my heart back to get the perfect ending. I know that. Again, I don't know if I messed up my perfect ending already with the whiskey, drinking the whiskey. I didn't mean to. We're going to go use the restroom. And we have to flush 3 times. And it's actually going to make us do this, but... Oh, come on. Yeah, I have Dante's Inferno for the 360, and yeah, that game's pretty awesome. It's messed up, but it's awesome. And I remember the commercials for it when it was coming out, having the what was the song? Ain't No Sunshine, which I thought was one of the coolest commercials because I love Bill Withers, and they put Ain't No Sunshine from Bill Withers in there. I thought it was great. So. All right, use this one more time.
A meat lock.
Okay, now we're randomly here.
Bodies on meat hooks.
I know the first thing...
You bastard. What have you done?
There are a lot of things you can do, so I'm gonna... I don't remember if I have to use the magnifying glass on it or not, but you can inspect this beef.
The organs are still inside. Reminds me of when Am ripped that hole open in Benny's chest.
And I'm gonna
Sewed him back up again before he bled to death.
I'm gonna actually use this.
We're gonna let us die. He's just gonna keep torturing us forever.
Okay. And now I'm going to use this knife on...
Sharp enough to slice through just about anything.
Whoops, it is. I need to use the knife. I'm going to use it on the beef.
One heart looks like another.
And I'm going to take the beef heart because I want to get my heart back. And the jackal said he was going to save it for later anyway. All right, now I'm going to try to talk to Glynis.
She can't talk. All she can do is drool out of the side.
Glynis was his wife, so...
What have I done?
So let's really quickly, let's just talk about how messed up this situation is. 2 minutes? Sure. This is... Gorrister was married to Glynis. This is Glynis. That was his wife. He was a trucker. He was never home. And when he got home and was stressed or wanted to de-stress, he would drink. And one day they had an argument. He had had too much to drink and he got violent. Not remarkably, like he wasn't beating up on her consistently, but he did hit her. And they believe, or he believes, that she was sent to an asylum because of that skirmish and him getting drunkenly upset and hitting her. Very, very sad, but he's super regretful, trying to avoid touching alcohol and all of that. And this is just kind of his redemption arc. As a result of his regret, he wants to end his own life. He's tried so many different times, and Am has prevented him from being able to do it. And in this game, in this story, you can actually end Gorrister's life 3 or 4 different ways. And but like I said, touching the electric node and messing with the drinking the punch. Those are a couple of different ways. You can actually do that. And Am's like, no, I'm not going to let you finally get away with it. So it's a really sad story. Okay. Okay, so now I'm going to talk to Edna.
Edna, how did you get up there?
The Chinaman hung me here, Gorrister. Take me down!
Okay, and they're hung by their clothes. This is some interesting... this is interesting. So...
Chinaman? What Chinaman?
He's one of the other two. Am's not as omnipotent as he would have us believe.
Technically true.
Why should I help you?
I have to complete the contract and get the Zeppelin to the mountains, or the big machine will kill me.
Okay, we don't know exactly what the contract is.
You know how to fly the Zeppelin out of here?
You were once an electrician. You don't have to be a brain surgeon to figure it out.
Now you say that, but you're not... Okay.
Tell me how to fly the Zeppelin first, and then I'll help you.
No. Take me down, and then I'll tell you.
It looks like I can't escape you, Edna.
Okay.
Even in the belly of Am.
Why would you want to escape from me, Gorrister?
She's very manipulative. She's not good, you know.
You were always telling Glynis how much you hated me.
Now, Gorrister, I was just concerned about my baby. Glynis was so lonely with you always.
This is talking about him being the trucker and out and about.
You were doing the best you could.
Yeah, she's very manipulative. So I'm going to act like I'm going to help her, but I don't want to help her.
Okay, Edna. I'll take you down.
It's good to see you're finally making amends for what you did to Glynis.
See, now she's being very, you know... I'm just going to say this.
You're right about Glynis. I deserve to die here.
Gorrister! You stupid truck driver! You can't leave me here!
There's some, again, audio glitches. So.
I've got nothing more to say to you.
I have to remember... Yeah, I don't remember. I remember I'm supposed to try to help.
You.
Let's see. Let's look at Glynis again.
Glynis, what has Am done to you, honey?
Yeah. I have to remember. I know what I don't want to do is I don't want to give her this. I know she's gonna want it, but I don't want to give her that. Nope. Can I?
I've got nothing more to say to you.
Okay, I don't have. I feel like. Let me. 1 second. I'm gonna take a quick break to the lavatory, and I'll be right back. And then I'm gonna see. I'm gonna see what I can. I'm gonna see what I can figure out. But I'll be right back. I'm going to. I'm gonna turn this music off and the sound off real quick so that I can put some music on. Go back into just real quick. I'll be right back. I believe this is the right screen, and I will put on some music. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay. Yeah, as soon as I come back out here, I'll be right back. Yeah, sorry about that. I just needed to. I had drunk too much tea. I had drunk too much tea, and I was I needed to. I was trying to think, and I was like, so let me turn the sounds back on. Okay, we'll move back over. There we go. Sorry about that. Okay, I don't remember what I'm supposed to do here. So let me see if I need to talk to Harry more. I don't think so. I think I've said everything I can say to him, but let's try it. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I forgot. I have to talk about him killing me. Let me pour him a drink first, though.
Let me pour you a drink.
Because I forgot I hadn't talked to him after I did that.
I was the one you killed, wasn't I, you bastard?
I'm sorry, Gorrister. Edna poisoned the punch, and after you drank it, I wrestled you to the ground. When the poison took effect, I cut you open.
Which is pretty awful.
Why did you kill me?
Oh, it's too complicated for me to explain. You'll have to ask Edna.
You can see that he's definitely trying to to drown everything also. Now that should give me the idea. Talk to you later. Okay. Now I should have an option. Part of the gameplay is figuring out what you have to click. Part of the gameplay is figuring out what you have to click in what order. So the game definitely has its quirks there, right? All right, let's see if that gives me the other options now. Yeah, there we go. Okay.
Edna, you bitch. I know all about your plot to murder me.
I had to make a deal with Am. I had to. I've always been harsh on you, I admit. But we're the last people on Earth. Let's help each other.
Well, this room looks cool. Yeah, it is. It's supposed to be a meat locker. I think it might just be a regular meat locker, but I can't tell. It kind of always looked or reminded me of Gorrister's a trucker, so maybe he was a long haul trucker who hauled these frozen meats or whatever. I don't know, but this is the vibe. And then this is his wife, and this is his mother-in-law.
Why should I trust my own murderer?
Alliances change, Gorrister. Something's gone wrong. Am's two Conrads don't listen to me anymore.
And there's a lot of symbolism, too, that I was talking about. They have this kind of devil horned looking silhouette, which is coming from Glennis's being hooked. And they're hooked by their clothes. They're not hooked by their skin. But you can there's this kind of like devil. It kind of is making this devil-esque looking thing. So there's a lot of really, the art is really well done. A lot of this is really made to, I'll explain too when we get to some other chapters, there was some specific and conscious choices they made to try and make people uncomfortable in just the visual storytelling. I'm not going to, I'm going to say this.
I ought to kill you right now, you bitch.
Don't be a fool, Gorrister! You need me alive if you want to make it out of here!
So I actually can kill her right there. I can kill her in one of two ways. I'm not going to. I'm going to use her for something else. So we're going to act like I'm going to take her down.
Driving son of a bitch! This is for me and my baby!
Okay. I'm not going to.
Let me go.
I've got you now, Gorrister.
She's got me by the ears.
You'll never escape me. You've got some new thinking to do.
Please, I'll do anything you ask.
I don't know what's come over me, Gorrister. Can you ever forgive me? I've been hanging here for so long, I'm not thinking straight.
She's very...
Milk will clear my head.
So the fact... Yeah, I'm not going to give it to her.
No, I don't trust you.
Gorrister, let me down or I'll scratch your eyes out, you worthless...
That's Glennis. That's his wife. I'm going to... She dropped a key. I have to be careful. I don't want to accidentally click the I gave her milk.
Back that key and let me down. I'm your only hope of getting out of here.
Okay, but I don't trust you.
Sorry, Edna. I don't trust you as far as I can spit.
No, that's okay.
Intentions. I'll let you go.
That's his wife, yeah.
Give me the key.
So the idea behind it, I was going to say this. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to tie her up with the rope that I have.
Untie me, you son of a bitch! I'll rip your spleen out!
Taking you with me, Edna.
And I'm going to just put her in my pocket. There she is right there. And then I'm going to take this key. Did I get it? Yeah, I got it. Okay. I do actually watch and listen when you play these games. Sometimes my mind wanders. It's a me pro. No, you're fine. You're fine. So to mention this, Gorrister's a long haul. I think you were gone when I did it. Gorrister's a long haul trucker. He's away from the home a lot of times. When he's stressed, he kind of he just had tension with Glynis. That's funny though. I love the spelling of that too. Right? It's spelled phonetically, so it's just like one word instead of the actual, yeah. Glynis, when he would get back, he would always be tired. Glynis and he would have disagreements because she wanted to go out dancing. He's tired. He's been on the road for however many hours. And so anyway, one day he decided to find his, relaxation and drinks a little too much. One night they have an argument and he strikes his wife and has a domestic issue there. And she was eventually committed to an institution, and the idea was, or an asylum, and the idea was that he caused that to her, and he's regretted it his whole life, and he's just been super sad about this. So he's tried to take his own life to make amends, basically, but he didn't. He's still working on atoning for that. Basically, he's trying to. But anyway. So we're gonna go ahead and leave. I want to come back and I want to do this. I can't take her down now. I know that because I have to do something else. I'm pretty sure. We'll just walk. I find it hilarious to imagine you just tied her up and threw her, and yeah, it's and the animation actually skipped, but you kind of see that she's put it's in the front pocket, even if you can believe it. That's her whole body right there. So I'm carrying 2 keys, a heart, and this. And that's actually what I'm going to go do. I'm going to go give the jackal this beef heart and try to see if because he said he was going to save mine for later. I'm going to try to get my heart back, give him the beef heart. He's going to think it's Edna's, but no, she's in my pocket. Give beef heart to you.
I'm not giving this away. If I'm gonna die, I'm taking everything with me. I'm not giving this away.
Okay.
If I'm gonna die, I'm taking everything with me.
Okay, well, let's just talk to him. I'm fairly certain that's what we're supposed to do. Here we go.
I found Edna and Glenna.
I'm taking everything. This beef heart I just cut out, I'm gonna take it with me.
Such information comes at a price. But I can see that you're in no bargaining position. I'll offer you a trade. Your heart for Edna's.
Oh, yeah, perfect. So now I'm just going to give him the beef heart because I'm not actually going to kill her. I'm better than that.
Ah, this is Edna's heart. A bitter organ, but worth its weight in gold to me.
It's actually a beef heart.
Your heart back.
Let me have mine. Thank you. Okay, now I need to know.
So how do I get out of here?
A heart brought you here, but it will take another organ to get you out. If you can harness its power.
Is it my brain? I'm actually... okay.
I don't understand your riddle about another organ.
Ah, but Edna does. And all the other animals like her.
Oh, okay, yeah, I remember that.
Nothing more to say to you.
This is the part. Okay, I get it. So, I mentioned it at the beginning. I didn't realize this was the part. Man, this kind of flew by. I didn't realize this was already the part. But we're going to go ahead and walk out the door. You can't click on the black band or otherwise it won't do it. We're going to use this ladder. And we can do a couple of different things here. I'm fairly certain. I need to walk. This was the locked one, right? I gotta look.
Filthy, like the rest of this cesspool.
I'm fairly certain this is the right door. Let me see.
It's locked.
Yeah, I think this is the one where I can use... That's not the bloody key. The bloody key doesn't do anything. Again, you have to get it to further the story, but if you do it and you kill the animals, you actually lose quote-unquote sanity, this green stuff back here. So let's use Edna's key on this locked door. Yeah, there we go.
So many dials and controls.
Son of a gun. Okay, so now what we need to do is she's left her... she's left a journal here. Yeah, see? So we're going to listen to her journal
When Am took us down here before the
and see if we can connect the dots.
anyone could hate Gorrister more than me. But Am did. He hated all of us.
That doesn't make us feel any better about ourselves.
If I can just deliver Gorrister's soul on a platter, I can make amends for every minute of Glynis's life I took.
I think the audio stutter is due to the processor. I think our processor is faster than this game needs it to be.
Claimed responsibility for Glynis. Maybe it wasn't my fault after all.
And that entry is actually the one we needed because it makes us feel better that we may not have been the only reason that what happened to our wife happened.
I thought I could do what Am wants, but he's too precise.
Hey man, you make millions from the channel, you get better equipment. I wish I did. But no, I have good equipment. I think the thing is, when you play these retro games and you don't play them in compatibility mode, your processor sometimes is faster than the game is, and as a result, it causes the game to try and read some things faster than it's supposed to, but then the game tries to throttle itself, so...
Maybe I can have my husband do it. Then this Zeppelin can clear the mountains. But if we don't finish the job, Am will feed me alive to the machine just like an animal.
So we can see that she was basically at his disposal for, at the moment, we don't know what the depth of the reason is, but we know that it was, we know that she was, and she's involved, she's basically making a deal with Am. So we'll see what happens. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's the only entry we need, but if I'm not mistaken, I'm not done yet. Let me close this, because I don't think I can do my drink is about to fall. I'll just move that over. Here. Scoop my coaster and everything over because it looked like it was about to fall over and I was a little worried. Okay. Now I get to do something that is incredibly satisfying, which is I get to use that device I mentioned at the very beginning, which is basically Chekhov's gun here. Oh wait, no, it's not there. It's on the other side. It's over here. This is the Chekhov's gun part, right? Let me walk over here. This thing. So I actually get to use Edna to power this thing. Can I? Where's the? There.
I'll be damned. The engine's starting up again.
So now instead of using the animals to power this machine, I am using Edna. Okay. Now I've read the book. I'm pretty sure that's all I had to do. I need to go back and make amends with my wife. So I'm going to get out of here. This is a big circle, by the way. You can't see it. The only reason I know it is because, again, I've done this. And Gorrister's chapter is the one I play that I like the most, just because I feel the worst for... I feel bad for Gorrister. I don't say the worst, but I feel bad for Gorrister. I wish games were just weird. More games were just weird. This one is just weird, for sure. But I like it a lot. And it is really deep. There are a lot of like messages and meanings to be taken. I have to go into the restroom. I need to go back and get my wife. Okay. And I'm going to give her this.
This fluid should revive you, honey.
And I think I can take her now. Can I take her? Can I talk to her? Let me talk to her.
Glynis, all
there we go.
I thought I was the one who was responsible for your suffering. Let me help you now. She's gone. At least I finally made amends with her.
Oh, see.
Her body out of this freezer.
So that's the sad thing, is that he did one thing which was bad, very bad. Alcohol-fueled violence is never good, but he actually cared about his wife, and he loved her, and he wants to make amends with her. And so he was able to apologize. She revived long enough for him to apologize, and then she passed away. Off topic, I genuinely think that the issue with the industry nowadays is studios and companies trying to cater to literally everyone, and it never works. Find a specific audience, or just make good content, and it will find the audience, right? I mean, you don't need to cater to everyone. You just need to make a good story, and a good story will cater to, will create good fans, right? Did I miss the thing he did? That's all right. Yeah, so we gave the milky fluid to our wife because we now had the strength to face her. We gave the milky fluid to our wife so that we could apologize to her and kind of get a nod of approval from her before taking her down. She passed away in our arms. We kissed her goodbye, and now we're going to try and lay her body to rest. We took her down, so we're gonna try and lay her body to rest. It's very, very sweet. Again, this is very sad, but it's nice that he's getting closure. And that he got some sort of closure out of this. And we will use the back. We're going to go bury her out here. Okay. And put her in there and make sure she's all buried. So did Ted do anything terrible, or was he just an idiot? Yeah, so I'm kind of starting with the least offensive and going to the most offensive. Ted is his biggest thing is that he was a manipulator and kind of a socialite. He's kind of basically he's the equivalent of most, and I'm trying to say this without being too rude, but most modern day influencers. The life that he lives in public isn't really the life he lives. It's a life he wants you to think he lives so he could make more out of it. Like, he could get more out of it. He can get more money, more fame, have a position, that kind of thing. So that's Ted's biggest sin, is he was basically like social media influencers do today. There was that kid, I can't remember what their name was, but anyway, they were always... Was it Little Zay or Little Tay? Anyway, but they were the kid, and they would like show, I've got millions of dollars, and they find out that like I think half the stuff they were doing was like rented or borrowed or whatever else, and which is fine. But the idea was to tell you, and a lot of the influencers that try to put your stuff like tell you, oh, I'll make you successful if you buy my course and do this and that and the other. He's basically that. He was I'm going to manipulate some people and make my life look great so that they'll come in and into my life, and now I'll be able to name drop, and now I'll be able to, now I'll be able to, to gain more clout, basically. He was that. He was the clout chaser. Let's see here. Sorry. My wife sent me a thing. I was trying to help her. Sent me a message. But yeah, exactly. Buy my 2 months. So that was kind of his thing. He's like, he's acting like he's a socialite and a multimillionaire and all this other stuff, acting like he's this big stud. And it uses that to his advantage to sleep with women, uses that to his advantage to make high connections, uses that to his advantage to try and basically... There's one really angry bird outside. Quiet it a little bit by closing the window. But it's basically that. It's he to pull out of that socialite, that fake socialite that he's trying to be. So his big thing was pride. He would kind of let people. This is the bird stream now. Yeah, I'm a bird better relax. Yeah, I closed the window. I had it open, but that bird was angry. But anyway, but also hello there, Banjo the Wizard. I know. I think I said hi earlier, but just in case. But like, yeah, that was Ted's thing. Ted was pride. He didn't think he needed anybody else. He thought he knew what was best. He thought, you know, he was fake the whole way through. That's the worst sin he committed. Gorrister is actually alcoholism with domestic violence. That's pretty bad. And then we're going to get to the next one and the next one and the next one. So next one's going to be Benny. We'll explain his gets complicated. Then we're going to get to Ellen. Then we're going to get to Nimdoc. That's not going to be hard to figure out what's wrong with his story. And then we'll move on from there. But anyway, that's basically what it is. So now we've, excuse me. Now we've made some peace with our wife. We've got Edna powering the machine. You can kill Harry and use Harry's heart for some of that exchange. You can kill Edna, you can kill Harry and use them. You just use the knife, and it doesn't show it. It shows a silhouette of it, but I'm not going to do that because I want a better ending. Than you get if you kill. I don't know if it hurts you or not. I can't remember, but I don't want to do it. You can just kill him though. I'm not going to do it. I think the bird was trying to tell you Ted's actually a good guy. No, he's not. Honestly, of the men, Gorrister's probably the best guy because he did one bad thing and felt really, really bad about it. To the point of where he literally wants to end his own life because of it, but Ted doesn't really regret a lot of what he did until the very, very end, whereas Gorrister has spent the 109 years he's been with Am, he's spent that 109 years trying to punish himself for the crime he committed, for the awful he did to his wife. He looks like a bit older, run-down Jameson. Yeah, he does, doesn't he? He's a good character. I like Gorrister quite a lot. All right, so now what I need to do is I need to... I need to fix the balloons before I try to take off, otherwise I'm going to be in trouble. I better save this, because anything that has to... I'm going to say... we're going to try... let's save. We're going to change it to Flying Zep. Anything that has to do with the Zeppelin, anything that has to do with trying to fly this bleeding Zeppelin is awful because you can literally just mess it up by a mistake. Just quick little mistake. There's a button up here that I need to push to reinflate the airbags. Where it's the one by me, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to use this, and it's going to magically heal the cuts that I made.
Inflating.
Yep. So now we're going to be back in the air, and we need to give it a direction. So now I need to shoot. I need to go back to the pilot's room. Right there. Oh, son of a gun. Is it really going to make me do that again? Okay. That's fine. We're going to use Edna's key. I don't know why I locked the door when I walked out again. Okay, and then now we have an altimeter. Let's look at the altimeter. What does it say we're at?
So how do I get out of here?
We pushed the button. We have to use the button, but I gotta remember. There's a switch around here. Logbook. There it is. I had to remember where the switch was, goodness sakes. Okay. And so now it's going to...
We're taking off.
Okay, so now I need to... I've got to... Before I fly too far away... I don't think you can fly too far away, but I'm going to do it anyway. I need to get back... I need to go back outside where I was. And this is... You can just screw things up by mistake here. I think it's out here is where I have to go, if I'm not mistaken. Use. Yep. And now I can talk to the jackal.
Do it, Gorrister. Blow the place apart. You may never have a chance to do it again.
And so now I get to use gun on the honky tonk. Yay, I did get the white ending. Okay, so drinking the whiskey didn't actually hurt me. Thank goodness.
Yes. You're made of sterner stuff than I calculated, Gorrister. Interesting. Here's a new burden for you while I attempt to resolve this miscalculation.
Okay, I was worried that drinking the whiskey was going to stop me from getting the best ending, and it didn't, thank goodness. So next we're going to do Benny, but I'm going to go and save the game here. We'll just save over this one with save, and it'll be completed, just like we did the other one. So now we've got a Ted, and now we've got a Gorrister. All right, let's see. I like Quantic Dreams games, but they never feel like you can fail, despite it being all about choice. Heavy Rain does. Heavy Rain, you can fail hardcore. I don't disagree with you on Beyond Two Souls. I think that one felt, Detroit kind of feels that way too, but I will say Heavy Rain, I think Heavy Rain definitely feels like you can. Well, I've seen Heavy Rain. The very first time I played it well. Anna played it, and she lost a lot of people. We'll say that without spoiling anything. I remember David Cage's ridiculous comment about game over screens are a failure of design. Yeah, I think that's silly. None of these levels overstay their welcome. It seems. No, they're all pretty quick and simple for the most part. Let's see. Yeah, I think they're all pretty quick and simple. I only use one because I like to talk with everybody. I'm only doing one per episode, just because. I think Benny's is probably the shortest and easiest, and then I think the hardest one to do is probably Ellen's. Either Gorrister's or Ellen's are probably the most convoluted. So, and then Nimdok's seems convoluted, but it's kind of not that bad. Yeah, it's kind of not that bad, so. There are moments in Heavy Rain where you can fail QuickTime events and it's fine. I think there are very specific moments of possible failure, though. You can lose. I mean, that game's old enough that I can spoil it. Here, let me. I'm gonna turn this off so we can have some more pleasant music or something else for just a second. Let me turn on some. I'll move us over to the. Ending screen. We'll talk and get everything situated. So we'll do that. That way I can exit this without jarring everybody. There we go. I suppose I can go back to the blank screen if everybody wants, but I'll do that. That way we'll go ahead and quit. There we go. Okay, there we go. There are moments, definitely. Put some music in here. There are moments definitely where you can't, like, so you can lose, and I can't remember all of their names. And I'm gonna try not to spoil a ton, but that game is getting closer to 20 years old now, so it's not gonna be that big of a deal, I suppose. You can lose Ethan. You can lose whatever the girl's name is, and you can lose the FBI agent. The FBI agent can literally drug overdose. You can lose the lady journalists. Again, you can lose Ethan entirely, and the bad guy. This is where I don't spoil. The bad guy can literally win. And that's not the game over screen. That's just an ending. So if he's saying that game over screens are a failure of design, I would say to some extent, I don't think he's right, but I think to some extent he did make it so that the game over was a lot more intense by giving you a one second. I got it now. Yeah. I guess she had her window open, and the bird was also making noise. So anyway, she just sent me a message. But anyway, I think that the game over screen is fine. I do think that it's cool when you get to finish a game and the game doesn't end the way that you want it to, and it's not a game over screen. It's just, this is how life is because you didn't succeed. That's kind of cool. But yeah, I do like Heavy Rain as well. I don't like David Cage. Heavy Rain and Detroit are good. I agree with you there. I will argue that a majority of the games that he's done are pretty decent. Heavy Rain is good. Detroit's good. Fahrenheit, what is it, 451 or whatever? Indigo Prophecy, never mind, that's what it was. What am I thinking? Ray Bradbury? I think they just called it Fahrenheit, actually, but Indigo Prophecy is what it was. That's pretty good, too. Beyond Two Souls, wasn't a big fan of. Didn't really think it was all that great, unless you're playing it with a partner, in which case it's okay. It's pretty decent. But by itself, not a great game. I just find it funny how there are portions of the game where there are QuickTime sections and you can press nothing and the outcome is still the same. I agree with that. I think that's silly. Oof. His style of game sounds perfect for Star Wars. If that game ever does happen, the choice-based mechanics of the light and dark sides sound amazing. I would love to have a story-based either Jedi or Sith this or that. I think that would be great. It's just, I don't know if we'll ever get it, but I would love to see it if they were willing to have him do one of them. It's just, they don't, a lot of times they're working on one, aren't they? They were working on one, but it was called Eclipse, but I don't know if it's going to be super choice based in the same way that we think of it. I think it may be trying to do the whole Rian Johnson subvert expectations thing. So I don't know. Maybe it isn't. Maybe maybe I'm wrong. Apparently it's, oh yeah, absolutely. And that's funny because it was announced years ago. So it's I don't understand why, like, there are games that I understand why they take as long as they take, and there are games that I don't understand why they take as long as they take. Good example of games that I think I understand having taken as long as they take. Right now we're waiting on Witcher 4 Polaris. I get that. They're wanting to be ambitious, they're wanting to emphasize freedom. I think they're going to make it so you can have your own Witcher in the School of the Lynx, which I think is really cool. If they do that, and they're going to try to make the map really big, I think all that's great. If that takes 2, 3, 4, 5 years, that's fine. Why Grand Theft Auto 6 has taken a decade? Actually, at this point, it's 11. It'll be 12 years by the time it comes out. Why The Elder Scrolls 6 hasn't come out after 13 years? I don't know. I have a good game idea. Have you played the Hitman games? Yes, I have. I love the Hitman games, the latest ones. I've played all of them. I very much like the Hitman games, and I think they've gotten better with time. Codename 47, then Contracts, then Blood Money, and then the Hitman 1, 2, 3 episodic stuff has been awesome. Square Enix has done and Eidos have done a really good job with that. And the Sniper Challenges too, which I'm a big fan of. I like quite a lot. I have the Steelbook case for the first one. I never saw if they put a second Steelbook out for the second and third, but or other Steelbooks out. But I really like Steelbook cases too. That's another thing. That's another relic I think that's kind of a bygone era now. But yeah, I like the latest Hitman games. I think the third one is actually really, and they pay so much attention to detail. Again, part of the reason Square Enix I think Square Enix is a great company. Part of the reason that I was talking about Life is Strange and being excited about the new one coming out on the 29th, and the people that had been doing some of the Life is Strange expanded content were Deck 9. So True Colors, I believe, was Deck 9, and then I believe Before the Storm was Deck 9. Square Enix is coming back to do, I believe it's just Square Enix is coming back to do this new one, which is Double Exposure, and I am super excited to see it. Imagine a trick or treat game in the style of Hitman, playing as Sam, terrorizing some. Oh yeah, that would be awesome. Sam's adorable. I love the way that character looks. It's just such a cute character. Didn't mean to delay the reply so much. My internet was cut. That's all right. That's not a big deal. Yeah, I think that would be really, really cool. They had a game that kind of, I mean, I'm talking about the very basic version, tried to do something. It was called Sneak King. It was a Burger King game for the 360, where it was just kind of having a stealth, basically stripped down stealth mechanic. And obviously that version didn't work really well, but adding the horror elements and tightening the control of, giving it the tighter controls of the Hitman games and the more darkened atmosphere, and giving him his razor sharp eaten lollipop would be really cool. Being able to terrorize him and take out targets quietly. I think arguably the same might be said about, because think about that, when you listen to a lot of the horror, or when you watch a lot of horror movies, a lot of times they don't just pick the guys off or the ladies off all at a time. They don't just kind of, a lot of them aren't popping into the room with like 5 or 6 guys. It's a lot of times they're picking them off one by one. And I don't understand why that is. I don't know if it's just because they don't have they're not confident in their ability to overcome them or what. But anyway, it was, a lot of those games you have to pick the characters off one by one, or a lot of those videos you have to pick the characters off one by one. So I wonder why. I wonder why it was, why we haven't come up with a game that's kind of like that. Of course, arguably, it's scarier when you're in a room with like 60 people too. Like if you've got like a Jason Voorhees in a room with 6 or 7 people, that's not really that big of a deal. He'll take them out, I wish I had unlimited budgets to just be a creative director for games. Well, you said it kind of earlier, and I think you're not wrong about this, is that creative direction is basically to cater. Right now, it's kind of catering to everybody, or attempting to cater to everybody. And one of the things that they were talking about, let's use a specific example from recent history. Star Wars was The Acolyte, right? And they talked about The Acolyte was being one of the most critically panned shows of all time. Not just a Star Wars show, but show of all time, right? And then they talked about how much money the budget was, how much money it lost. The Acolyte show was like $230 million. And what was really sad too is that they tried to kind of, I think they actually tried to undercut it. I think they tried to be like, Acolyte was terrible. I did watch it, and I can say the first couple of episodes are kind of good. Like, the first couple of episodes kind of have you interested and intrigued, and it's okay. The actress had the aching range of a cardboard box. Acting range. So, and I'll say that I'll opine on that in just a minute. Oh, you're fine. What I think was kind of a little bit, I think Disney was like, yeah, we used $180 million for 8 episodes, and then you find out that they actually used like $50 million more, and they just decided to cut it. So they spent $230 million doing something that they didn't believe in. It was just something that they thought were going to, catch this. There was a lot of just really ridiculous. The story isn't told well. There are some good actors in it. I want to be very clear about that. There are some really good actors in it. So, like, I didn't care very much. Like, the lady that plays the main character, she was okay in some capacities. The guy that actually plays the main bad guy, he was pretty good. He was pretty great, actually. And then there was the main good guy, which was Lee Young Jane or Jung Jane. I don't know how you say his name, but Jay. He was awesome. He was really cool. I mean, like, he did a great job. So they had a lot of good actors. It was just they decided to go down the rabbit hole of there's a point where the guy from Squid Game, I guess that's that Lee Jung Jae or Young Jae, however you say his name. I believe that was him. He was awesome. Like, he was really good. I liked him quite a bit. But you could, and again, the main bad guy, the guy that played the main bad guy, was really good too. I thought he was pretty good. The writing was awful, but I think he did a great job of acting. but it was just really, really disappointing. And then there's a moment, and I'm going to spoiler here because I don't think a lot of people are going to watch it. And I don't think a lot of people should watch it. But like, there's a moment where there's this kind of mother-father thing. Not mother-father, father-daughter thing, where the daughter's trying to kill the father. And it was like announced that the daughter was trying to kill the father because of like microaggressive misogyny. And I'm sitting there going, I didn't get that at all. It looked like to me the father just cared really deeply. And it's like, oh, well, yeah, the father cares so deeply that he's willing to curtail her freedom. And I'm like, that's what parents do. Like, I see my daughter going out into a street, toddling out into a street, not knowing the consequence of the oncoming vehicle hitting her. I momentarily restrict her freedom. I take her out of the street. I don't put her where she wants to be. I put her where I need her to be to survive. It's not because I'm a misogynist. It's because I want her to survive and be healthy. And that same thing can be, I mean, that's a visual example, but that same thing can be applicable to life experience. Like when you're older, you know some things that are going to happen. And if you know it's going to happen, you want to try to get them out of the way of that, you know? Apparently Outlaws has been a big failure too. Yeah, I'm going to wait for it to go. I haven't messed with it. I'm going to wait for it to go on a big sale and then I'll pick it up. I'm going to wait for it to go on a big sale and I'll pick it up. But for now, I'm going to leave it where it is. The creator of that show seems to be a really weird person. She was motivated by things that didn't make sense. She was heavily motivated by her agendas in the real world. There was definitely a bias. Like one of the characters, which is one of the big, like the lead Jedi Master of the Temple, was played by her wife. And I'm just like, I don't care. I don't know what this was. Like I don't know what this was supposed to be. And what's worse is I don't think she does either. I don't know. It was very frustrating. It had great potential. That's the problem. It had really good potential. They could have made it a Sherlock Holmes style thing because there's a mystery and there's a surprise and there's a secret. And they could have tied it into canons that we know. There's, we know about the Night Sisters. They tried to make a whole different witch cult that is nowhere nearly as cool, that has an understanding of the Force that doesn't make any sense, that, considering what has already been canonized, bearing in mind. They put characters in it that don't make any sense. Ki-Adi-Mundi, there's a part where they were like, oh, they changed his birthday. It's not a matter of changing his birthday. Now that I've looked at it and I've watched it, it's not. It's the matter that his most popular line in The Phantom Menace is the Sith have been extinct for a millennia. So now you've changed it so that he either is a complicit liar and says, no, I'm not going to tell them the truth of what I saw, or no. Or B, whatever. He's an idiot, and he just didn't have any idea of what was going on and remained ignorant all the way up until The Phantom Menace, which is absolutely ridiculous because he's on the Jedi Council. They just didn't know what they were doing. She didn't know what she was doing. The writing is all over the place. It could have been cool. The premise is good. It needs some touch-ups. It could have been really neat, but it was just written like an absolute train. It was written like... It was a chain reaction. It was written as if you threw one thing and the cup emptied itself out without any thought of how full the glass below it was becoming. I can differentiate entertainment from the creator, but she seems so odd. Listening to all of her it's Leslie Headland. Listening to all of her interviews, it was always just targeted against, I'm trying to get away from misogyny and bigotry and anti this and anti that. And I'm just sitting there going, who cares? We don't care. I don't care. Like, if that's happening to you in your life, and in your average, not average, but in your everyday life, your normal day, that's awful. And we should stop doing stuff like that. That's awful. But this entertainment part of it this has nothing to do with your everyday life. This has to do with a whole bunch of fans that have been following this franchise for 40 plus years, wanting to escape the sad realities and go into a fictitious world with fictitious problems. And what you've done is you've married real world problems into the fictitious world. You've failed their escapism, And you've demotivated the people that realize this from actually helping you in real life because you've done such a disservice to them. Now, it's not the end of the world. It is just entertainment at the end of the day, but it's really sad that people won't consider entertainment as just entertainment instead of a banner from which to fly whatever flag they want. Imagine being motivated by making a good, well-written story. That's what it should be. If you make good content, the audience will follow, right? You don't even have to look for a niche. Just make a good story and you'll find the audience. Greatest examples of these are Tarantino films. Like, Tarantino now has a group of people that are just Tarantino fans, but he makes some contentious stuff. Django Unchained could be considered contentious because of the way that it portrays, but historically, it's just, but he does a great job because he tells good stories, even though one of his stories has a lot of the N-bombs in it, and the other one has to deal with Nazi Germany. Some of the most taboo things that people aren't supposed to talk about, and yet he's made 2 of the best movies based on those topics. Why? Because he's focused on telling a good story the way he wants to tell it, and he's brilliant for doing that. It looked like a Star Wars parody. It very much does. The lightsabers are wonky. There are some good lightsaber fights. There's some decent choreography. There are a couple of decent songs. And the first couple of episodes aren't bad. But when you start getting episode 3 and beyond, it's just so convoluted. It takes all of the there's a mystery element. There's a twist. It would be really nice if we learned the twist as a shocker towards the end. We learned the twist right at the beginning. They could have tied it into the Night Sisters, made it really cool. They didn't. They made their own witch coven. Ahsoka tied it into the Night Sisters. That was cool. They made their own witch coven, and the witch coven makes no sense. And it makes no sense the way they use the Force, the way they describe the Force. It's silly. I mean, it was a wreck the whole way. These people who claim all of these talking points have 0 issues. 0. Again, assume that they do, even. Let's just assume for the sake of argument. I mean, I get it. They're making a lot of money, but let's assume that they have their own mental struggles. There's a mental health issue in terms of depression, in terms of, I mean, that's fine. Maybe, everybody could use some therapy. I get it. But at the same time, I'm not your therapist. I don't care. You don't care about my problems. Not you specifically, but collectively, most everybody doesn't care about what I have to deal with on a day-to-day because they're dealing with their own lives and they've got their own loads to carry. And that's true, right? That's just what happens. There are friends, we have friends, and we make friends, and we help choose to balance that the load that we have with those friends and with the family, and that's fine. But you can't do it with all of America or all of the world and expect everybody's going to love it because they also have their own problems, and you have the power within that position to give them this kind of catharsis, and you're taking that catharsis away because you feel like that if you're miserable, everyone else needs to. If you're having issues with bigotry, everybody else has to feel that pain, when that's silly. Maybe other people are feeling that pain and this was their way to get away from it for 5 minutes or 30 minutes or an hour. You took that from them. You had the power to give it to them, and you took it from them. You had the power to create the thing that you want other people to have, that you want to have yourself, and you decided instead you were going to contribute to the problem. That's silly. They're unbelievably privileged. They live in the USA, UK, and so on, countries that are nowhere near as difficult to live in as they claim. Of course not. The United States is expensive. It's getting tough to live here. We could talk about that, sure. But at the end of the day, is it as tough as some areas and territories in North Africa? Is it as contentious as the war going on in the Middle East? Is it as difficult to live on? Is it as difficult as it might be to live on the Ukrainian border? No. I don't live in those places. I feel terrible that there are people that are having to deal with the problems that they're having to deal with in those areas. I can't do anything about it. So the best thing that I can do is try to make sure that the people that are involved, wherever they're involved, that see my product, see it as something to escape. That's the point. That's the whole point. This isn't a place for me. This little domain that I have here in the Retro Room channel isn't a place for me to vent about how the world is unfair to me and have everybody listen to it. It's a place for us to come together and talk about whatever we want to talk about, like friends talk about things, and to give you the catharsis and the rest from the hectic, stuff that you already have to deal with. You don't need my problems as yours. You need to come in and vent. That's something altogether different. Or just come in and escape while we play a game together. That's good. But no, it's ridiculous. It's really frustrating, and I absolutely despise what she did with it. I don't despise her. I don't know her as a person, but I despise what she's done with it and the amount of failure that she has opted to do, because she didn't fail on accident. She thought what she was doing was success, but she fails unapologetically, and that I have trouble with. Tarantino is so good. Yep, Tarantino's awesome. Dennis Villeneuve is a favorite of mine. He's a guy who's been on track record like anything else I've ever seen. Yeah, I agree. I mean, again, there are people that want to tell great stories, and there are people who want to tell great stories, and one of my favorites of Dennis Villeneuve, I don't know if it's Villa or Villeneuve, but anyway, one of my favorites that he did, I went to theaters to watch this, and I really loved it, was Prisoners with Hugh Jackman and Jake Gyllenhaal. And I think it was a really, I mean, maybe I don't know if everybody's seen it. I thought it was really underrated. I don't know if you have seen it, but like, it's dark. The movie's old. How old is the movie now? It's like 10 years old or something like that. Pretty close. I went to theaters when it came out, and it was awesome. It's Villeneuve. Whatever way. I don't know if it's Villanueva or Villanueva, but anyway, point being is, he did a movie about 10 years ago called Prisoners. I went to go to the theaters to watch. I'm a big fan of Hugh Jackman. I like Jake Gyllenhaal quite a lot too. And so this had the two coming together, and I don't know. It didn't seem like there was a lot of excitement around it. It's a long movie, but it didn't seem like there was a ton of excitement around it. It just was like, you've seen it? Okay, good. It's just, there's a twist, right? Oh yeah. Paul Dano, I wouldn't actually like. I hadn't seen him in a ton of things. I still haven't seen him in a ton of things. I know he's in the Batman, but watching him in Prisoners, watching the writing of Prisoners, and especially seeing that the person you're cheering for the whole time actually is kind of the bad guy and kind of a beast, and kind of talking about that primal. I mean, my goodness, that's such a good movie. It's such a, like, I thought Blade Runner 2049 was good. I thought that was, I thought that was a pretty decent one. Like, the movies that he's done, not only is Hugh Jackman's character flawed, but as you watch the movie, I mean, you're exactly right. But not only is it flawed, but like, you kind of start realizing that how deep that rabbit hole goes. I'm trying to say it this way, but like, I don't, it's 10 years old. It's over 10 years old. There's no, like, you start to see the depths that Hugh Jackman's character will go through when he thinks he has the solution. He knows what's going on. And you've got Jake Gyllenhaal playing the straight man who wants to try to help get to the bottom of it, right? Or who kind of does, right, get to the bottom early and has kind of resigned. It's similar to there's another movie that's very similar in theme. Law-Abiding Citizen with Gerard Butler and Jamie Foxx. Like, it shows how far someone would go when they feel like that the system is failing them. It shows how far, or has failed them. It just shows how far that people will go and how the good guy can become the monster. And I think it's great. Oh, I love Law-Abiding Citizen. I think that, I mean, it's sillier. It's not as deep, but it is. I love that movie for that reason. Like, I root for I went to theaters to watch that one also, and I rooted for Gerard Butler's character. And when I know what I know at the end, I still rooted for his character. His Dune movies are so, I know I have them. I haven't seen them yet. I haven't had time to sit down and watch them all the way through since they're kind of long. I have them. I want to, but it's going to be go move until probably about December for me. Otherwise, I would have done it. It's been really crazy since about June, man. As soon as when December comes, we'll do it and we'll sit down and we'll try and watch it. But it's just it's been super difficult to sit down and watch anything recently. I genuinely think he's never even made a good movie. Hold on. I genuinely think he's never even made a good movie, and what I mean by that is everything he's made is better than good. His movies are all great at the worst. Yeah, I mean, all of the ones that I've seen of his have been fantastic. I completely agree. He's done a really, I mean, but I think that's you were spot on. I think that he wants to make. I think he wants to make or tell good stories. I think he wants to tell good stories. I think Tarantino wants to tell good stories. I think the idea is not about politicizing or telling it. You know, I think the actual idea is about telling a good story the way he wants to tell it, and getting together with a whole bunch of, you know, people who are like-minded in that. But it, you know, and I imagine that when he's going to direct something, I mean, I imagine he's reads the script over, and I imagine he's very picky about it, and you know, all that. So, but he's a director. Let's see, hold on. He's a director that when a new movie of his is out, it's almost like an event for him. It should be. That's great. Tarantino, exactly, and arguably they could be. I mean, I don't know exactly how old he is. I think he's younger than Tarantino, but I could be wrong. Maybe he's older. But I mean, it could be a similar. It could be a similar thing where like it's a carrying of a torch, like Michael Giacchino is to John Williams, hopefully. But like the point is, the thing that unifies these two guys is literally just the fact that they want to tell good stories. That's the idea. They just want to tell good stories. And there's no agenda behind it except for to tell the good story, right? John Carpenter, James Cameron, Spielberg. Spielberg's great too. Spielberg's done a couple I'm not a big fan of. Cameron's done a few I'm not a big fan of, right? Carpenter's pretty solid, but my point is, I mean, you're naming people that do a good job that just, like, me personally, as far as Cameron goes, I'm not a huge fan of the Avatar movies. I haven't seen the second one, to be fair. The first one was okay. There's a lot of color, but it was like, eh. Spielberg mostly is pretty good. I was talking about like Schindler's List and stuff like that, obviously, but he's also done some more silly ones that just weren't my speed. And again, that's probably not a matter of him being bad. It's a matter of me being. Yeah, they're definitely well made. I agree with that wholeheartedly. It's just not my cup of tea. So that's usually when John Carpenter is fantastic. But again, you're mentioning, you're making the fatal flaw, and according to today, you're making the fatal flaw of, picking people that make movies of stories they want to tell. You're not picking the people that have an agenda, which, like, you should be. You're picking the people that want to tell funny stories. And the funny thing about Carpenter's done some what might be considered flops. Like, he's done some flops, but they're fun because he had fun with them. And I mean, I think almost everybody, I mean, when you're talking about the ones, like the good ones, when you're talking about the big ones, I think everybody knows him. He's made even the quote unquote bad movies, the flop movies, he's even made those good, which I think is awesome. His influence on me and my horror interest is, well, of course. I mean, that's what I'm saying. When you're talking about iconic, when we're talking like The Thing and They Live and Halloween are just, like, I think everybody knows what those movies are, right? Everybody does. So it's very difficult not to. You can tell Carpenter isn't in the crowd of Hollywood either. Never has been. No. And I'm sure he's to the point, or has been for a while. I mean, he's decently old, but I think it's where he's kind of gotten to the point where has been to the point where he's like, I'm just too old for this. I'm not going to, play the game. But that's the thing, is he's arguably launched some flops. I mean, he's put out some movies that were not well received, and even those have some classic, like, nostalgia and such to it. But I don't know. It's one of the. We have to figure out where we want to be. We have to figure out what we want to do with content. We have to figure out how we want to. We have to figure out how we want to. We have to figure out whether we want to have make. I guess we have to figure out if we want to make movies that are fun to watch and help us escape from real life, or if we want to make movies that are memoirs of what we're seeing outside. Because if that's the case, I would encourage anybody who want movies to talk about the problems we're having today with idealistic fixes. I would encourage you, don't go to the cinema then. Just implement those fixes today in real life and spend the time you would spend in the cinema doing the stuff that you should have been doing elsewhere. Like, you feel like it's appropriate to protest because you believe that you've been unfairly treated? Sure. Go protest. Don't spend that time in the cinema. Go do the protest. You feel like that you have the option to opportunity to do something really good for the community on the whole. Then don't go write a movie about it. Go do the actual thing. You're making more of an impact than writing a movie. You know. My favorite thing from Carpenter was when someone asked why he thought of being a horror legend. He said, "I don't know. I don't care, man. Just let me play video games." That's pretty good. Someone asked me what he thought. I mean, not why. That's all right. And then, yeah, that's my thing. And that would be the message I would have for like Leslie Headland and all. It's like, you should have spent the time. You thought you were doing something, and I sure, whatever. You thought you were doing something. He's a big game fan. That's awesome. He's like in his 70s or 80s now, isn't he? That's awesome that he's kept that with him. I think that's really cool. But like, that's my thing with like Leslie Headland is a lot of them like to talk, but not. Yeah, as I said with Leslie Headland, like, you thought, what did you think you were accomplishing? Did you think you were accomplishing ridding the Star Wars universe of discrimination and bigotry? Because bigotry and discrimination exist in Star Wars as a taboo. They're very small. The last example of actual discrimination and bigotry that you typically will find is going to be in KOTOR 1. And it's that Wookiees are enslaved on Kashyyyk, and that there's a guy named Gorton Kolu on Taurus that you talk to who's anti-alien, who's racist, basically, or speciest. And he dies in a fire explosion. You're definitely not... You're not really encouraged to help him out or any of that. You don't get rewarded for saying anything one way or the other, right? You can either side with him or not, and, you know, there's nothing that happens as a result of either choice. And then with the enslavement of the Wookiees, you can actually choose to leave them enslaved by helping the other side if you want to, and the story changes, but at the end of the day, it's considered to be the bad choice, right? You're given dark side points for it, not light side points. It very clearly tells you that while these things may exist, they're more niche, and when you make a choice in favor of them, you're generally going to get dark side points. And I think that's, I think that's probably where that needs to be. So, with Leslie Headland, instead of thinking you're going to be this revolutionary where you're writing into Star Wars all of this great and inclusive stuff, don't do that. Go actually do stuff that brings your vision to life, not that makes Star Wars less good, but something that makes your life better. Star Wars is a great example right now of how a fan base are treated poorly for enjoying a franchise. They can't even be excited for new products because the people making them can't stand the fan base. And that's the other thing, too. Why do we have people who don't like the fans making stuff for the fans? I've heard the excuse of it's not made for, and I hate this, right? I hate this excuse. Well, we're not making this for that. We're not making this for that. Okay, well then what are you making it for? Right? You should be making things for the people that like those things, right? If you want to make stuff that sells an agenda, then make it in the arena that helps the people, make it in the arena where the people who are in line with that agenda will be able to most absorb it. I can tell you right now that I have not seen enough people in the large Star Wars fan base. I have not seen enough people come up and say that they were in favor of this to warrant the ridiculous. I mean, the Acolyte was actually supposed to have been greenlit for a second season. That got canceled. So what does that tell you, Disney? That tells you that people didn't like it. Not just a person, not just a vocal minority, but so many people didn't like it that they you couldn't even get a second season greenlit. How long do you think it's going to take before people start canceling their Disney Plus memberships because most of the Disney Plus stuff is this agendized stuff? Right? The Robin Hood movie from 1970s was about a fox. And you've got people that like to watch that. So clearly realism and today's issues aren't what people care about. They care about animated foxes and fictitious space wizards with laser swords. It's like game journalists. They can't stand fans of games. They're miserable. And that's the same thing. It's like, oh, I have to write about games for a job. What a privilege it would be to write about games for a job, but you don't like gamers. And let's be fair, there are probably awful and terrible gamers out there that are giving them flack about this and that and the other and being awful people to them, saying you need to, giving them death threats and such. That shouldn't happen. But at the same time, you should be better than that. If people don't like me for writing that I enjoyed a game because it's supposedly misogynistic or whatever, then that problem, the fact that the mind went immediately to misogyny, isn't a me problem. It's a you problem, because your mind was on misogyny. Do you have microaggressive misogynistic tendencies? I don't. That's my thing, is when your mind is constantly on misogyny and your mind is constantly on bigotry and your mind is constantly on exclusivity, that's not a me problem, that's a you problem. Your mind is currently in those topics and in that headspace, not mine. So then what does that tell you about yourself? That you're constantly, those things are on your mind. They could be more well defined, or they could be a better definition of you than me. Think how many articles there are now about of the issues around products and industries instead of covering the products and industries fairly with the knowledge and critique. And it's fine to have negative stuff to say. I want to be very clear about that. It's very fine to come in and say, I have concerns about Blizzard being acquired by Microsoft or whatever. That's okay. There's no wrong, but it's not the end of the world. It's not, that's the thing, is to have those concerns, to voice about the concern of a monopoly and all that. Sure, that's fine. But then don't voice that on the side of, anti-game or anti-this. It's just becoming... Don't lump that into the agenda. Voice the concerns and voice what you believe the impacts will be to the gamers, and yourself as included. I don't think they will change until there's a significant dent in their dollar. And there needs to be. I think there needs to be a significant dent in their dollar. And I think that there are people like yourself, Ash. I think people like you, and I think people who can word themselves or write articulately should be out there as a gamer who wants to report on games. And I think that you should, again, you don't have to, but if you're feeling compelled to write, having a Substack account, having a place where you can write those articles to kind of combat those popular ones, I think Kotaku was being very unfair when they did this. All right, let's hear what we could write. What can we put out there? We played the game, and maybe we didn't enjoy the game, but maybe we didn't enjoy the game not because of microaggressions or whatever, but maybe we didn't enjoy the game because it wasn't well made. How can we convey that? Oh, I didn't like the game. No, not because it had a female protagonist or a male protagonist, not because the protagonist was any specific ethnicity, but because the camera controls are garbage, right? Or whatever the case might be. I talked about Eternal Darkness. I liked Eternal Darkness. I thought it was a good game. I didn't give it a 10 of 10 because I think the camera's wonky and I think the combat system needs some polish. It's not me being aggressive against the female protagonist. I think she's great, and I love Jennifer Hale. I think she's awesome. But the game doesn't get a 10 on 10 from me because it needs some polish now that it's aged a little bit. Even though I still like the game. That's another issue. There are really unstable, weird people out there who shouldn't do things, but they do. But don't put everyone into a category of 10 mental individuals. Well, and don't also, but like, just because, again, I'm not saying that there aren't problems that you're experiencing or people are experiencing, and I'm not saying that those problems shouldn't be addressed, but it shouldn't be everybody's problems. Right? Let's say for the sake of argument that I meet somebody who's having a trouble with their identity and being identified in the way that they want to be identified. Maybe they identify alternatively, right? And I go to that person and I start to dump all of my problems on them. Right? That's not one of my problems, but I have other problems. Let me dump those on you. How would that person feel? Well, they would curl up and be like, "Oh, well," and I'd be like, "No, you should ally yourself with fixing my problems." Well, that's silly. Those are my problems, right? You shouldn't, if you can make them easier, great. You shouldn't endeavor to make my life harder, but at the end of the day, I can't expect you to do anything about my problems when you've got your own. I need you to, I need you to be in a space where your problems are mostly solved before I can ask for help from you. Unless, of course, you're a friend, in which case we would understand what we can ask and can't ask. It's not fair for us to try and ask for everybody else to bear our burdens. It's not fair that we have some of the burdens we have. I'm going to be very clear about that. It's not fair that people who identify alternatively can't be treated fairly in some instances. I get that. But you have to be able to have... Part of that is also having the strength to endure. It sucks. I'm not trying to say that it's not a bad thing or it doesn't suck in some cases. I'm just saying part of what we have to have is the strength to endure. We have to have shoulders broad enough to lift the loads, the load of our life and haul it with us. And if you do it well enough and you do it for long enough, it gets lighter because you get stronger. Negativity is perfectly fine and deserves a place. It's healthy, but we're not seeing that. We're seeing blind hate. I completely agree. Some people just can't see the reasoning in real discussion. You can't critique it, you're a hater. You can't phrase it, you're a paid shill. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying is like a lot of this, the thing about it is everything has become so agendized that people that are rating it now believe that it's all agendized, right? If you like something, like I've talked about GOG several times. I've talked about GOG several times because I like GOG, because I use GOG, okay? And I've used GOG for a very long time. I don't get paid a dime from GOG. I never have gotten paid from GOG. I just like their stuff and I use it and I think there's utility in it because of the reasons I've stated. All right? I'm not a paid shill because I'm not getting paid. And there's no motivation for me to do anything to tell anybody about it except for that I like it and I enjoy it. I don't particularly like Steam because Steam does have a lot of DRM wrapped up, and if your Steam account is lost, so are your games. I'm not a hater. I don't hate Steam. I understand that they're a service that offers a valuable commodity to gamers in the form of a unique account with some security and a game library, the place to hold a game library. But at the same time, I don't care for them because of the DRM. I'm not a hater. I don't hate them. I don't hate anybody that uses them. I think that's fine. If you prefer Steam, use Steam. I know Anna prefers Steam, and she uses Steam, and I don't think less of her because of it. I just don't agree with that particular, for me. That's the way the world works, is we just have a whole bunch of people who don't agree, but we don't agree politely. And then we talk about it. If we're wise enough to, we talk about it. And if we're not wise enough to, we shut down everybody else. They look for it, too, on both sides. Yeah, they actively look for the slightest issue that fits their unusual narratives and then latch onto it as proof of what they claim. That's the thing about it, too, is when you try to use citation, you're using the vocal minority, right? A lot of times. Oh, well, this person said this. Well, yeah, that person also has been associated with this, and this over the course of their life. Yeah, clearly that's a problem. Nobody's going to give that. Nobody's forgiving that. But the problem we are running into now is that's not representative of the vast majority. And you had to go looking for that little niche issue rather than look at the greater whole and say, oh, well, this is what they're putting out. And I agree with you. It is on both sides. But I will say and this is maybe just my opinion, but on our side, it is much, much easier to see this agendizing and such in the rating system. Especially when it comes to games, right? Especially when it comes to games. And I like the fact, again, that the Acolyte didn't get a season 2. Okay, I like that. Because it tells people that was the case. If you look at Rotten Tomatoes, this is where this gets really frustrating. Okay? Rotten Tomatoes is one of the more popular sites for viewing, and Metacritic as well, for viewing the differences in what the critics say versus what the people say. When you look at the critics on the Acolyte, it has a 78% on Rotten Tomatoes. Okay, 78% is pretty good. That's above average, right? 50% would be kind of average. 78% is above average. That's almost 80%. That's almost a B. The average popcorn meter, which is what the fans think, the fans critique, is 18%. Now, what is that 60% disparity between the almost 80% that the average critic gives it versus the 18%, almost 20% that the average casual viewer gives it? What's motivating that? It's money, it's greed, it's a message. You take a look at a lot of the other projects, you don't see that big of a disparity. If you take a look at, let's take a look at Ahsoka. It's got about a 20% difference between them. The critics really liked Ahsoka. I thought it was pretty good. I didn't think it was 86% good. Average popcorn meter was 64%. I think that's about fair. A little bit. I mean, it was pretty good. I thought it was all right. Mandalorian got a 90%. Average audience gave it about 78%. 12% disparity. Perfectly okay. That's respectable. Book of Boba Fett. Disparity is somewhere around 17%. Not bad. 66% by the critics, 49% by Boba Fett, making it about average, which is, I think, a very fair assessment. But the Acolyte, we see a 70%. What am I saying? Sorry, a 60% disparity. Why do you think that is? Why is it that critics can't honestly say this one wasn't very good? The audience says it. That's, I think, a little bit evidential of there being issues. I just miss people who cover games actually passionately talking about their experience with it. Whether they lean into liking it or disliking it, they passionately explain why. It's vanishing. It is. It absolutely is. And I think that it's going to take smaller people, such as yourself, such as hopefully maybe myself. I think it's going to take more of us trying to put that stuff out there than it is going to be from people that are well paid, because I think there's a lot of money changing hands too. I don't think the critics that watched this thought it was a 78%. If they did, they were silly, because as a Star Wars movie, it's not 78%. It's not even 78% as a regular show. Like, just taking it as a mystery. I don't know anything about Star Wars. It's not good. I tried that. That's why I avoid all reviewers nowadays. They've completely lost me. Way too emotionally attached to things that aren't even important to their work, but they infect it onto whatever they're talking about. If I click on a review for a game, I don't care what you think about Trump, what you think about the Ukraine, what you think about trans issues. Tell me about this. Yeah, exactly. I don't care about your religion, your politics. I don't care about social issues. I don't care about real life wars. I'm here to play a game that has nothing to do with those things. You know, if I want to play, and even if I want to play, like, again, if I want to play a game that kind of emulates some of these issues, I want it to be a not real issue, right? World War II is an awful thing, but when I play Wolfenstein, I'm not thinking of the actual history as much as I'm thinking about the way that they've spun it. If I want to play a war game that's similar to the war in Ukraine, but isn't that, I'm going to play a game like Metro, right? Where things are so much worse and it's detached from real world, right? There are even segue things that we can play, but we make those choices. It's not something that you make the choice of oh, we're going to play, you know. The problem is when someone hears me say, I don't care about what you think about trans issues, for example, they take that as an attack on them. That's the thing, is not caring about, this is one of the biggest things that I have had an issue with for a long time, is to say I don't care, firstly, is not an attack. It is a passive stance. If I say I don't care, I'm not an enemy. I'm a neutral party. Okay? And if I have an opinion, if you have two topics, basically, you think a yes or a no, to believe that I advocate for one is not to believe that I detract from one is not an advocation for the other. Right? Let's talk, just for a second, without using names and such, we'll say the presidential candidates. If I detract from one, that isn't an advocation for the other one. Maybe I don't like both of them. Right? This can happen not just with presidential candidates. This can happen in any issue. I don't care, is a neutral stance. It is not an offensive stance. If you don't like the fact that I'm not standing for what you stand for, then you need to go somewhere else. Because that's the way the world works. That's how we get better. We get better by talking to people who disagree with us so we can meet in the middle maybe somewhere. And politics absolutely rots people. It's not politics, though. That's the problem with it. It's politics. It can. I'm not saying that, but it's not politics that rot people's brains. It's the way that people believe politics need to be, or believe that politics are. Like, if I endorsed something, then you know that I'm going to endorse that something, right? Politics are a necessary evil. You have to have them. forms of government exist, you have to have forms of government. But when I say, like, for example, if I told you I didn't like, and I'm not going to say the names, I'm just going to say, but if I tell you I don't like one of the presidential candidates for a reason, that is not an advocation for the other candidate. This is a problem that I had with real life people that I was talking to about this, is if I attack one of them with facts, it isn't me lifting the other one up, it's me attacking that one with facts. Maybe I don't have the facts necessary to attack the other one, and I can simply give you a blanket statement until I find them saying I don't like them either. But I don't need to do that. If I attack one, I'm not promoting the other. And a lot of people are like, no, you are. That's exactly what you're doing. No, it isn't. If I tell you that my favorite color is this, then that's an advocation. If I tell you I don't like this color, it doesn't mean I like every other color. It just means I don't like this one. And I'm not talking about in race. I'm talking about in terms of actual just color. If I tell you I don't like the color blue, it doesn't mean I like every other color. It just means I don't like the color blue. You say, well, green's also good. I say, well, I also don't like green, right? That's also very possible. The fact that the world has become so simple, the world's more complicated politically and every other way that it's ever been, really, or at least it's similarly complicated, at the very least. But the fact that that everybody is taking everything as a binary polar, and to talk about people that want to identify outside of binaries, but you make everything else so, and not just these people are doing that. I'm not saying people that want to identify outside of binaries. I'm saying the world seems to want to move outside of the binaries, and I think that's fine. Whatever, that's okay to an extent. I don't care. But then you want to make it so that if I am, only a Sith deals in absolutes. If you're not with me, then you're my enemy. That's silly. I don't understand it. Politics are fine and it should be important. It should, but people are emotionally involved to the degree where they wish death on people and for disagreeing with a political figure. Exactly. That's silly. You have a political belief. You disagree with my political... I'm not sharing my political belief, by the way. I'm just not going to do that. I'm not going to open that can of worms right now. But I am just going to say, if I have a political belief and it's different than your political belief, then we have the unique opportunity to talk with each other like adults and figure out whether or not our political belief is justified, or we have the option to just not talk about it and do what we're going to do anyway. That's the idea of growing, is the idea of pain. When you work out, your muscles hurt and are sore because you tear them down before they can build themselves back up. And the way that we do that mentally, and the way we do that with contentious topic, is by debate, is by talking with each other in a respectable manner, with citation, with proof, with whatever our opinions are. We lay them all out. Somebody else lays their opposing ones out, and we come to the middle between their debate. Sometimes we may not have a good argument, a counter argument, and so that's the time where we go, maybe I should rethink this. That's not a time where we double down and go, oh, this is awful. This is a time where we go, maybe I should rethink this. Maybe you're right. Let me look more into this. I don't know enough about it. That's okay. That's an okay answer. And that's with politics. That's with socioeconomic issues. That's anything. That's literally what it is. I don't know. Let me think more on that. That's a great answer. And it's an answer that if you have a good debate, it's an answer that both sides should have at least once or twice. It's an answer that both sides should be like, I don't know enough about that. Let me think a little bit more. Let me do some more research. And at the end, you go up, you shake hands with them, say, hey, you did a great job. You gave me a lot to think on. I hope I gave you a lot to think on. And then you do. You go away and you think on it. That's what a good debate looks like. You don't agree. You don't walk away agreeing. You walk away respecting the other opponent, and you walk away with more to think on than you had before, and they do the same. That's what debate is. That's what we should do with politics. That's what we should do with socioeconomics. That's what we should do with religion. All of it. But we don't do that. We shut that down because it's considered antagonistic and uncomfortable, and that's the nature of life. Uncomfortable means that you're going to be able to grow beyond it. I don't like Skyrim. That doesn't mean I hate everyone who loves Skyrim. I'm not trying to murder Todd Howard. I don't want Bethesda to fail. I just don't like... See, and I like Skyrim. Right? I think Skyrim's okay. I do think I think it's the third best of the games. I think Oblivion's better. I think Daggerfall's better. But I like Skyrim. That's to add another subsidiary to that. You and I, or another subcategory of that, you and I don't have to agree. We don't agree. We've talked about topics we don't agree on. We've talked about games we don't agree on. But we're not at each other's throats, because I don't need you. In order for you and I to get along, I don't need you to like everything I like. Because if you like everything I like, then you're me. And I'm you. And we already know what we feel about ourselves, so then what's the point in having somebody else? What is the point? The point is we can come up and we can talk about this and we can debate this, or we don't debate it. In the case of Skyrim, it's just, there's no real reason. I just don't like it. Okay, cool. That's what makes us different. This is a really cool, unique way to do it. Please explain if you want to. That'd be nice, I hate it. I really hate that we have lost the ability to talk with each other on opposing sides of a topic with respect and dignity and walk away with each of us thinking about something deeper. We've lost that ability, and I think it's almost entirely gone. It's really disappointing to me. I don't think everybody's lost it, but it's very close to extinct. And I think we need to regain that. I think we need to start exposing ourselves to more complicated and more difficult conversations with people that disagree with us and learn how to talk again to those people. Learn how not to think awful things or say awful things, but just to push to just talk, to just have the conversation. Person one, I love Pepsi. Yeah, exactly. Person two, so you hate Coke. What's your issue? Exactly, that's the thing. And let me be honest, the same situation. I think, I'll give you the example that I have in this case, right? Is I don't like Coke. I don't like Coke. It makes the teeth feel gritty. It's full of sugar. It's not good for you. It's got a ton of chemicals in it from our side of it. I don't like Coke. Oh, so then you like Pepsi, right? No. Pepsi's got the same problems differently. Pepsi's got similar problems differently. It doesn't make the teeth feel as gritty, but it's still filled with sugar. It's more sugary. It really does make your... Yeah, I know. I haven't drunk a Coke in a long time, but it does. It's got that nasty kind of... makes your teeth feel textured and grip onto each other, and it's just unpleasant. But anyway, that's the thing. I also don't like Pepsi. I don't like sodas. I'm not a big fan of sodas. I used to like them a lot. Now I don't really care. I really don't like them. Saying I don't like Coke isn't any different than saying I don't like Pepsi. Isn't any different than saying... If I had to pick a soda, I'd probably do like a false fruit flavor. I'd probably do like a grape or an orange. But even still, I don't like that. I prefer tea. I prefer water. That's what I like. But the difference is I told you what I preferred. So now you know what I like. You can't make the inference because I hate these things that I love these others. I've just told you what I like. I completely understand not sharing your politics, by the way. It's never well received, even by some people who claim they can handle it. They'll always find it. And that's the reason. This isn't about that. It's definitely a space to talk about stuff like this, but it's not a place for me to talk about my politics. It's not a place. Who cares? Who cares about my politics? Do you? I mean, honestly, if you care about my politics, you're one of the few people that I've spoken with for a long, long time here, right? That you and I get to talk offline sometimes, and that I would say, okay, if you really want to know my politics, sure, we'll talk on that offline. But to talk in an open arena and expose it to people that I may not have known for as long of a time or haven't talked to or don't, yeah, that's just not it. That's just, in the words of Matthew McConaughey, another Texan, to give a direct answer to that statement is to play a game I'm not interested in playing. Exactly. That's the thing. Who cares? Does anyone really care what I think about the presidential candidates? No, probably not. Does anyone really care what I think about the war the wars going on in the world? No, probably not. If you do care, what can I do about it? Like if I really put something, what can I do about it except for what I'm doing? And you knowing about what I'm doing has nothing. It doesn't increase the amount of doing that I do. It just is, right? It's just me doing what I need to do. That's what it is. You're a great friend of mine. You want to talk about politics because you're interested? Sure. Opening it up to an arena where there's a ton of people that can just sit there and pick it apart? No. You don't need to know that. We don't need to talk about that. It's no big deal. It's going to be something I say more often too. That's my thing. Like, it really is. Like, if you care, and I want to be clear, I don't care if you are passionate about things. All right, I want you to be passionate about things. I think it's great. Be passionate about whatever you want to be passionate about. But your passion for something is not mine either. My grandfather had this thing, my grandmother as well, where they would talk about pumpkin pie. And my grandmother loved pumpkin pie. My granddad didn't really like it. So she would get him to try it, and he would say, well, I like it a little bit, not a lot. Right? It was just a polite way of saying I really don't like it. And what ended up happening as a result of that was she was so upset. She was just, why, how can you not like it? How can you, and of course my grandmother's sweet, but how can you not like it? How can you, because it was so crazy to think that something she loved so much, he didn't care for. But the reality of the circumstance was that that's just the way life goes. And you have to be okay with that. It's not an offense to you for someone to like something that you love a little but not a lot, or not like it at all. It's not an affront to your belief systems. It's just the way that we exist. And to demand that everybody agree with you or be an ally to any of your specific things. And again, I'm not saying that people shouldn't ally themselves with causes. I'm saying to demand allyship is to diminish the importance of the people who ally with you, because it no longer is a choice. It's become a force. If it becomes a force, it's no longer important. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter anymore. If I'm allied with you because I'm forced to ally with you, then my allyship means nothing. Your trust in me should mean nothing. I mean, my ability to be trusted should be nothing. This is silly. The crazy thing about politics too is saying I'm not sharing it. There are people who will hear that and assume that it's politics because assume your politics because, yeah, there will be. And I'm not sharing. I want to be clear. I'm not sharing it not because I'm ashamed of it. I'm not ashamed of what I think. I've thought about what I think, and I think of it I've thought it through very deeply, and I know what I believe, and I know why I think it, and I can cite all these different things about why I think it. But it's not necessary, because if you hate what I think, then if you have a difference of opinion and you're very extreme on that, it won't matter what I say. I can't justify it to you, whether I can show you facts or fictions. It won't matter. So what's the point? Do you really? And the question is, again, to the majority of people who would ask that, do you really care? Does that really matter? Does that change the way that we interact anymore because I have a belief system that may be different than yours, or that may not be different than yours? Do I need to have the same political, religious, or otherwise belief in order for you to consider me a decent person? Because that's really one thing. That's a really big deal. Like, I'm not God. I don't know. I don't know who is good and who is bad. I can tell you that there are things that I might look at, and I think there are things that are pretty easy to point out as good or bad. Politics isn't one of them. If I'm picking out somebody that I think is a bad person, their politics isn't what I'm looking at. I'm not going to look at somebody and say, oh, you believe this person? You're a bad person. I'm going to look at a person that might have committed a murder and say, well, yeah, you're probably not the greatest person. I'm going to look at a person that probably stole for no reason and say, yeah, you're probably not the greatest person. But I'm not going to look at them and go, oh my goodness, you voted for this such and such, and so therefore you're not. That's silly. That's ridiculous. I don't understand why. I don't understand why we've decided to take the most arbitrary things and then place everybody's identity on it. It's just silly. You like Rise of Sky. Well, and that kind of happened. Like, that kind of happened with 8. Remember, the people that didn't like it were considered awful and bigots and all this. And it was like, oh, you're a sexist because you didn't like Daisy Ridley. No, I didn't like it because the movie was absolute and utter garbage. You're French, fight me. Exactly. The Last Jedi, not Rise of Skywalker, but it kind of happened with The Last Jedi. And I'm going to look at the review there too. If we take a look at the let me look at Rotten Tomatoes really quickly. We look at Rotten Tomatoes, 91% by the critics, 41% by the audience. Okay, there were 482 reviews by the critics. There were over 100,000 reviews done by the audience. That's a 50% disparity. So would you say that this is a good movie? Probably not. Does it mean that you can't be one of the audience members who, doesn't? Does it mean that you can't be an audience member who doesn't, like it or whatever? Yeah, no, I mean, or who does like it? Yeah, sure, but yeah. And there were a lot of people down here too. There are a lot of the critics that these are critic reviews. We take a look at the audience reviews. A lot of people they're not being hateful to it. This person gave it a 3 out of 5. Says it's all over the place as a film. 3 out of 5. It's an okay movie. Disappointed is the exact word. 3 out of 5 stars. That's very generous, by the way. 3 out of 5 stars is 60%. So that's above average. What was Disney thinking here? 0.5 stars. There were people that loved it too. I think that's fine. But my point is that a lot of people are making this. They're just, I don't know. It's silly. Is Retro solving the gallows puzzle from Silent Hill 2? It's no worries. I'm about to wrap up. Actually, Viddy, I'm so sorry. Retro can determine through Silent Hill 2 who is the innocent one. Maybe, I don't know. That'd be interesting. I love puzzle style games, though. I found a letter. It was from Viddy, my friend's name, but he's Australian. He wouldn't be here. If you dislike Bioshock, I might fight you, though. No, I do like Bioshock. I don't like Bioshock 2 very much. Well, Bioshock 2 is okay. I think Bioshock's great. I love Bioshock. I really do. But even still, that's the point. Is like, if I didn't like Bioshock, you'd be like, how and why? But you wouldn't. I don't think you would actually hate me or fight me. I think it would be, you know. I saw the Silent Hill 2 reveal. The developer's name was Bloober Team. Ridiculous. Couldn't possibly be true. Could they be so good as to do a Silent Hill 2 remake? It was a good game. Nice. Very nice. Yeah, I mean, that's my thing, is we just don't. At the end of the day, we just don't. We're all going to like different things. That's what makes us unique. That's what makes us special. That's what's good. And that's why I love the idea, and I talked about this, I loved the idea of the second opinion, right? They used to do this in the column a long time ago. It's not my unique idea, but I had the idea of, again, about us having the game, and then Ash, you know, let's say you loved it, I come in with a second opinion. Maybe I didn't like it all that much. And I get the second opinion, so that both people get to say it. A person that liked it and a person that didn't care for it so much, both people get to opine. You know, I'm not going to go, oh, I didn't like it because of the female protagonist. I'm going to go, you know, Skyrim, right? Well, let's pick Skyrim, right? I say, oh, I really liked it. The sense of freedom, the improvement to quality of life, controls and such over the Oblivion game, as well as a really nice story, and I love the environment. That's really good. I give it, in reality, I'd probably give it a 7 out of 10, right? Good, very good game, above average, but not mind-blowing. And then you say, well, I'm going to give it a 3 out of 10 because personally I thought that the environments were kind of dreary, mostly gray and white. The story was kind of all over the place, and despite the fact it does have good quality of life improvements, all of it kind of is relegated to hitting one button and then the same effect occurring. 3 out of 10. Both of us are correct, by the way. It's just people might like mine better, my review better, or they might affiliate more with yours. Say Retro, do you get the references Ash and I are making to Silent Hill 2 and to James getting Mary's letter? I don't understand the I don't understand a ton of, like, I haven't seen how it's done in the reveal or in the remake or any of that yet, so no. I'm familiar faintly with, I mean, the classic Silent Hill 2. But yeah, I haven't played the remake yet. I didn't make it because they Chun-Li sliced dinner to 2 out of 10. I've even seen differing opinions on Silent Hill 2 remake, and you know what? That's fine. Some interesting points are brought up, but occasionally the Silent Hill fanbase is a little more extreme. Well, exactly, and that was the whole point, is we don't need to agree on stuff to get along. It's okay. We can just not. Silent Hill has a weird fan. Yeah, definitely. Differing opinions are fine. In fact, I saw a video praising Tears of the Kingdom and quite a few comments saying, finally someone who is not hating the game, but the question is, were the others hating validly, or validly criticizing Tears of the Kingdom? Yeah, Tears of the Kingdom is a fine game. A lot of people, I know a lot of people would give that game of the year for, you know, it, but I don't think it's quite there. And that's fine. Again, that's just, we don't need to like the same things. If we all like the same things, then we're not individuals anymore. And there's no fun in it. I like games that other people aren't going to like. Other people are going to like games that I don't like. It's just how things go. Enjoying Horizon, enjoy those legs while you still have them. I don't know. Again, I think we've lost the ability. I think we're losing the ability, if we have not already lost it, to have conversations that are complicated and difficult. Especially when it's gotten into things as frivolous as media, right? We're talking about something as frivolous as media. Who cares whose favorite movie is? And people are literally getting upset and giving death threats and crying, and their entire identity is hinged upon whether or not you enjoy this movie. I can understand disappointment, wanting somebody to share. If you, like, for example, it would be. I'll give you an example of this. I watched very briefly. It was late. I'd gotten back. We had to sit down. We had an hour. My wife likes Twilight. I don't like Twilight. So she turns it on, and I watch Twilight with her. I don't like Twilight. I'm not quiet about the fact that I don't like Twilight. She likes Twilight. She's not quiet about the fact she likes it. I'm willing to sit there and share it with her despite the fact that I didn't like it. Right? But the fact is that we do these types of, like, she doesn't consider me to be she doesn't consider our marriage on the rocks because I don't like Twilight. And I don't consider it on the rocks because she does. The idea was that I'm going to be there with her anyway, and even if I don't like it, I'm going to sit through it with her because I care about her. Things are multifaceted. It's yeah. Insert better love story than Twilight meme. Better love story than Twilight. My goodness sakes. I'm sure we could go through the list. Pretty well anything that isn't Twilight. But yeah. Good luck. Yeah, see, that's funny, but that's kind of the amount of movies I watch that my girlfriend likes that I don't is insane. Exactly. You do it because you care about the person, but you don't have to like what they like. You just have to like them and be willing to do that for them. And the problem with that is also you don't do that for everybody. You just do it for the people that you're going to be with. You do it for girlfriends and for wives and for, maybe sisters and family, and mothers, family members, right? You do that. But you're some random person off of the street and I tell you I don't like it? No, I'm not going to stomach it for you. I don't know who you are. I saw the first Twilight and it was okay, I guess. But Vidi, you don't like Twilight? Get out of here. I said it was okay, I guess. Yeah, that's true. But it's one of those things, like, everything is much more nuanced and much more multifaceted than we would have it be. And I really, really think that's a good thing. I do. I really think that's a good thing. I think we need to focus on understanding that it's okay for us to disagree, and not everybody is here to cater to everybody else. I don't care what you call me. Maybe I have a preference. I don't care what you call me. If you're not important enough to me to be a part of my circle of people, then why would I care what you say in the 30 minutes we're talking? Doesn't really matter. You call me ma'am? Sure. Is it what I go by? No, not usually. Do I really care? No. Have I been called ma'am before? Yeah, plenty of times, lots of times. I've got longer hair. From the back, maybe I look more like a ma'am. Does it bother me? Never has. And it's been for years. My girlfriend doesn't like retro 2D platformers. She calls them me games. She's played them with me. And see, that's good. That's really good. My girlfriend even gets to have her own opinions. That's funny. Me game? A me game? That's something I've not necessarily seen before. Very nice. Hey, ma'am. Yeah, see, but like, I don't care. That doesn't bother me. I don't feel worse about myself. I've had it happen in earnest, and I don't care. I don't really care. It doesn't bother me. Or a me game, but I'm nice. Look at her, turns around, and it's right. Yeah, I mean, you'd be sorely disappointed if you were looking from the back and then from the front. I'm a very big, bulky, bearded man. But that's the thing. It's like it's fine. We got to stop hanging up our entire identity and our sense of self-worth on what other people think about small things that we think about that aren't even that important. What movies we like do not inform our character. What music we like, what video games we like, what people we like, what politics we like, right? All of those things, even as much as you want to say, all of those things added together, multiplied by 1,000, are not even 1% of who we are. Your politics, your religion, your preferences, add all of those together, multiply by 1,000, it's not even 1% of who you are. There are 1,001 things you do in a day that are completely outside of those that are you, more so than those things are. So why in the world are we getting so upset when we don't agree on that? Quite a few. Yeah, I do too. I think the Wii was it was just such a nice and such comfortable console. Did you know that there are apparently red flag movies? Films that weirdo claim are red flags if men enjoy them. American History X, Fight Club, Pulp Fiction. Those are great movies. Those are all great movies. I don't care what red flag. There's a saying that you're a red flag if you have an Android phone. That's silly. I don't care what you think of look, why am I taking advice on what red flags are from colorblind people? I'm sorry. Why do I care what a red flag movie is from? What do I care about what your red flags are if you're colorblind? I don't know that you know what a red flag is. I don't know that you know what red is. Okay? The people that usually pull these quote-unquote red flag things, that's what it is. It's colorblind people telling you what red flags are. I don't think there's anything. If I were gonna call, let me be honest with you. If I thought if I were calling red flag movies, I would say snuff films. That's some trouble, right? That's bad. But movies that were made that are, nobody's getting hurt, that they're to tell a story, no, that's fine. Can't wait for us to discuss the Wii console. It's going to be I'm excited about that for sure. You broke the first and second rule. Yeah. Shall we start a real fight club? I mean, that could be cool. That'd be cool. I'm a big guy, but sure. I mean, so long as obviously the idea is not to kill people. The idea is to just get into an arena and fight and kind of do underground UFC. That'd be fun. I watched Star Wars last night. Some guy called. Yeah, maybe you did. I mean, I like the book and the film. I would not get into a real fight club. Maybe there's another type of club to get into, similar for reasons to fight. I mean, any kind of UFC type thing, any sort of training, boxing gym, boxing arena, be fun. But anyway, I don't know. That's my thing. My thing is, in terms of red flags, is if you're somebody who's watching, like I said, snuff films and things like that. Yeah, of course, that's not good. That's probably something to be cautious of. But I don't think if you're watching a Tarantino film, I don't really think that's a big deal. I don't think that's a problem. I don't think you watching horror. I don't think you watching comedies. I don't think you watching romance. I don't think any of those are red flags. I think you should watch whatever you want to watch. It's happy. And just, if somebody's, again, a snuff film being a film where somebody's actually being hurt / killed in it, then yeah, obviously that's if you're enjoying that, then that's probably a problem. But if you're watching a movie where a bunch of people are being blown away in a ridiculously unrealistic fashion because of them being hyper racism because it was accurate for the time, i.e. Django Unchained, hyper racist rather, that's fine. That's a good movie. One of Ted's girlfriend called Chewbacca a bear, huh? Nice. I know some wrestling, usually in mud and no clothes. Champion. Nice. A bearded straight white man who likes horror and violent movies. I'm the devil to those weird. And that's the thing. None of those things, independently or together, should vilify you. Beards aren't. I mean, again, preference is fine. If you have people out there that are like, I don't like beards and I don't like lighter skin tones, that's fine. That's your preference. Like if you say you don't like white people because that's a legitimate preference, you just think that paler skin is unattractive, that's fine. I don't think it's racist to have preference in terms of that. I know that there are people out there. I don't have those. I'm married, right? So I have the woman that I am very happy to be with. But before that, I didn't have those preferences. But if you do, I don't. That's your business. And Marshall had to say, he's not a bear, he's a Wookiee. He's smarter than he looks. Or words to that effect. Nice. My girlfriend wasn't a beard guy until she met me. Lads, we got another one. Nice. I like beards. I'm not, I get it. I maybe not, but I think beards. I'm not attracted to beards. I have a beard. I like having a beard. I like the way I look better with a beard. I'm very fortunate that I have aged gracefully enough that if I shave my beard off, I look like I'm 12, and I'm well beyond that. So I'm very happy about that. But I do like a beard. I have a beard at the moment. Oh, Vinny, that's interesting. I don't think I've seen you with 5 o'clock shadow and a soul patch, but I don't think I've seen you with a full-on beard. That's interesting. I think generally you have kind of a 5 o'clock shadow and a soul patch. My manly beard makes me more manly. That's how I'm supposed to talk, right? According to those people. Yeah, I don't know if that's a thing. I didn't know that was a thing. If it is, Vinny has a ZZ Top beard right now. Wow, that'd be easy. I have a very thick Van Dyke beard right now. The rest of mine's growing in, and I'll probably trim it down. But yeah, I prefer having a beard personally. You barbers know how to describe beards, unlike me. I've had a beard for a very long time, and then I don't know. I don't know. Something about it. I like being able, when I'm thinking, I like to stroke the beard, play with the beard, And I don't know. I like it. It's just me. And Anna's really sweet. She doesn't care if I'm clean shaven or if I have a beard. She's just like, I love you. You're my husband. I'm like, okay, that's really sweet. Start combing that beard, and the Aussie ladies will be all over the... Okay. Yeah, I mean, I would be interested to see what you look like with a beard, honestly. Again, I know you normally have your soul patch, and that's the part. Ironically, I can't grow a soul patch very well. You grow a very nice one, but I can't grow one. I can't grow a soul patch very well. I can grow a beard like crazy, but that's just part of it that doesn't grow super thick. So I have no soul, so it wouldn't work. Yeah, and I have like a big twiddly mustache too right now. They went Vinny, but I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it. We've been talking for a long time, and I need to get some stuff done. We've been 5 hours, so I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it. Anyway, I really appreciate you all for sitting here and talking with me. It was a lot of fun. We had to talk about some good stuff. I even told that story on Discord. That's, I mean, yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry. I've been here a minute. We've been talking. I appreciate it. I know it's a contentious topic. I hope everybody hears it for what it is, which is the intention for us to talk about things more openly, not to be offended, and not to be so easy to walk away from conversations that we can rightly have as adults, and we can have conversations that are contentious regardless of the fact that we may be on opposite sides of it. I think that that's a skill that we should probably work on, and one that I think is kind of going extinct, you know? Exactly. Don't be offended, enjoy life, have a laugh. Exactly. But I hope you all take it for what it was intended to be, and I hope you all had a good time, had fun. Obviously, if you feel like you didn't get to weigh in here live and you'd like to weigh in, you're welcome to use the comments below and let us know what you think. Let me know what you think. You don't have to. It's just up to you, but I hope all of you have a wonderful day, wonderful rest of your day, wonderful rest of your weekend. And, yeah. Oh, and for Viddy, of course, a wonderful start to your Monday. And we'll talk to you guys all soon.